black. Yes, things is high. But before he came to the governor, we was in the red. Now, if it looked at, we have a president, a convicted felon, who tried to overthrow a election, a government, in 2020. Yeah, it's time for change. Yes.
Okay, Michael, let me ask you, because can I ask you how you voted last night, if you voted in the primary?
No, I didn't vote the primary. I'm an independent.
Oh, okay.
Because they put the restriction on it. That's why I like to see a political reform where we need more than one party, like the Democrat. We have a Democrat Republic. Sometimes you might need a third party or somebody, at least a choice.
A third party? I think we'll be just fine, sir. Relax. All right. What's up, everybody? We are back after a thrilling night. What a comeback victory for Crowley in Wisconsin. Incredible. You just don't get races like that. You just don't see competition on that level. Very cool. We'll take a look at what happened. I've read a few articles about why the polling was so off, and it does seem to make sense. The polling wasn't that far off, to be honest. It showed like Francesca Hong plus 25, plus 22. But that was over the next opponent in the race, and that was like Crowley at 17%. So the polls did show her around 39, 40%, which is where she ended up. The polls were just off on Crowley's support. There was a lot of undecided voters just a week or two before the election, and the polls just had no way to deal with that. There's also a lot of discussion about enthusiastic voters causing problems for the polls, meaning people that are fired up over their candidate are more excited to participate in a poll as opposed to somebody who's still figuring out who they're going to vote for. And so I guess that's playing into who's actually participating in the polls, and it's tough to weigh for. So just a strange situation. But what a disaster for Hong. I mean, how do you lose that race? You were just flying high, and it all fell apart in the last, like, 2 weeks. That's crazy. We dodged a huge bullet with her. I don't even think she was that bad. I mean, I've said it many, many times. It's not like I could have sat here for weeks trashing her and pointing out every stupid thing about her and all the dumb things she said. But I truly believe people like her, their heart's in the right place. They're a little too stuck in 2020 BLM days with the language they're using, and they're afraid to offend 3.5 people by pushing back on past comments they made and saying, you know, I wouldn't use language like that now. And she could have solved all of her problems by just forcefully pushing back on any criticisms against her for past comments. That's what James Tallarico did, and he's never been bothered about those comments again. But she chose to double down, triple down, you know, and that is a mistake. I mean, it shows her authenticity that she truly believes that stuff, and she seems like a nice person, caring about people. But people just don't want to hear that shit in 2026. They don't want to hear about colonization and hating on Thanksgiving and, you know, closeness to whiteness and the harms of whiteness. I mean, people don't want to hear that shit in 2026. You got to be more tactful. You got to be smoother about it. The robot lost. Yeah, she wasn't exactly the most charismatic figure ever, but I would rather focus on the moderates and how they screwed up during the campaign, because we can't change stupid. We can't change freaks getting in the race and making mistakes. And the DSA is gladly filling that spot. But we can improve the moderates and present better candidates who are connecting with people. So that's something to pay attention to. Like, what mistakes were made by the moderates? I mean, it was a drama-filled primary with the lieutenant governor, Sarah Rodriguez, dropping out early July because polling showed she didn't have the support. And then David Crowley drops out at the end of July because he doesn't have the support, and he gets back into it just weeks before the primary, and he gets the endorsement of Governor Evers, and they barnstorm across the state, and Francesca Hong implodes. I mean, it was just unnecessarily dramatic. Didn't have to be this hard, you know? But it is what it is. Plenty of lessons to learn from this, though. So let's see what the internet is saying. Primary victory. Okay. See here. Don't see NBC News Meet the Press Now yet. Let me check their page. Yeah, let's check in with PBS NewsHour then. Woke 2, pragmatic wokeness. Well,
party. Liam, in that same state,
I think you really got to run away from the woke language. It's okay to have those positions. I think it's important to push for bringing down recidivism and improving people's lives, their economic conditions, making life more affordable, talking about systemic racism, at least, you know, fighting against it, but really got to watch the language around this stuff. And that's just the way it is.
welcome to the NewsHour. We are getting a clearer picture of who will be on November's ballots and the direction of the country's political parties. That's after some key primary races were decided in 6 different states last night. In the Midwest, voters weighed in on party establishment candidates, insurgencies, and a pair of celebrities. Meanwhile, in the Southeast, questions surrounding political succession and Trump's influence remain unresolved for now. The vote count lasted late into the night in Wisconsin, where the Democratic primary for governor turned into a battle over the party's direction. Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley narrowly upset State Representative Francesca Hong, a Democratic socialist who'd led in the polls leading up to Election Day.
What a squeaker. He won by less than 0.5%. He's got some work to do. I don't think that this was a toxic primary where they went at each other. This wasn't like Haley Stevens versus Abdul El Sayed. I don't think there's fences to be mended here. And it does seem like the party has united. Just this morning, they had a breakfast with Hong and Crowley and others, and Hong quickly endorsed David Crowley. She's not asking for a recount, which, if you're curious about the recount rules in Wisconsin, there is no automatic recount. If somebody wins by less than 1%, they can request a recount. I'm sure they have to pay for it through their campaign, which can cost like $1 million. But she's not going to go that route. And rarely do recounts change the results. It tends to add a few votes here or there, but the vote counting is usually pretty accurate. So she did not challenge the results. She endorsed him, and she's behind him. And I appreciate that. And I would expect the same from him, just like I was proud of Haley Stevens. Not surprised, though, that she quickly endorsed Abdul El Sayed and said, I'm here, whatever he needs. Let's win this. So I don't think this is going to be a challenge to unite the party, even though he won by less than 40%. Normally, if somebody were to win with a plurality like that, or even close to 50%, you would say they've got their work cut out from them. But a lot of the candidates are similar to David Crowley, and I don't think Francesca Hong is that far off of him either.
It's not about the establishment versus progressives. It's about building something bigger than any one campaign.
Crowley had dropped out of the race last month before re-entering 10 days later with the support of outgoing Democratic Governor Tony Evers. Before the race was decided, Hong called for supporters to unite.
No matter who wins this primary, we're going to continue to fight for each other. We are going to collectively reject despair, and we are going to unite.
Crowley will now face the Republican nominee, Congressman Tom Tiffany, this fall. In neighboring Minnesota, a progressive candidate for Senate notched a big win. Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan won the Democratic nomination to replace retiring U.S. Senator Tina Smith, beating moderate Congresswoman Angie Craig by nearly 20 points.
That's a big victory right there for Flanagan. 20-point victory. But again, this was not a nasty race. This was a nice primary, simply with different ideas, moderate versus progressive. But it shows you that the progressive movement has a lot more energy behind it. They're the ones who have the bigger ideas right now, and it's up to the moderate wing to get better cheerleaders and be able to get people excited about their ideas. However, Amy Klobuchar overwhelmingly won her primary to be governor. She's a sitting senator in Minnesota. So when she wins, which I think she will in November, she'll have an opportunity to replace herself in the Senate. So people are wondering if she'll put Craig in there. I don't know. I doubt it, but maybe. Hong did not challenge. Nope. Not that I know of.
Flanagan overcame a nearly 5-to-1 fundraising disadvantage.
I have been telling you that this campaign was about the many versus the money. Well, guess what? The many just won.
Whoa! Tim Walz? That'd be awesome.
Flanagan will now face Republican nominee Michelle Tafoya, who's a former NFL sideline reporter. And in South Carolina, a special election to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on this November's ballot isn't over yet. Graham's sister Darlene was appointed to fill his seat until January and is running to keep it in the family next year.
I have buried my precious brother. I have taken on the role of a United States Senator, and I have had this brutal campaign schedule, and I'm still standing.
Wow, brave. I'm sorry, but claiming that running for office is a hard job, which I think it is. I mean, the hours you have to do, you're probably attending events and phone calls and nonstop meetings from morning to night. You can't go out there and bitch about that in any way to the people. They don't want to hear that shit. It is an honor and a privilege to be a representative and a senator or whatever. So why would you come out and say this? Like, I'm working so hard. It's so grueling. This woman is so unqualified. Yeah, she is the Republicans' definition of DEI. Can you imagine if a Democrat, if a Democrat passed away and they nominated their sister?
Now I have that Elton John song stuck in my head. I'm still standing. Go walk, my love.
AOC getting some points. Nice. But she got beat up last night. They had a special election in South Carolina to replace Lindsey Graham on the ballot for a full 6-year term starting in January. And she got 1/3 of the vote, even with Trump's endorsement. So shockingly, Trump's endorsement weeks ago did not clear the field. And 2 out of 3 Republicans voting in last night's primary voted for someone else, someone that wasn't endorsed by Trump. So it shows you how weak Trump is, and it shows you problems within the Republican Party. Very interesting. And there's no guarantee she wins the runoff. She did not avoid a runoff. So unless somebody gets more than 50% in the special primary in South Carolina, they have a runoff where the 2 people advance. So she's going to have to fight again, like in a month, to win that runoff. And I'm not sure she's got the votes to do it. It would be fascinating if she loses.
If that doesn't tell you I'm a strong person and a fighter, nothing will.
Graham has President Trump's backing.
I think I would have gone with Darlene either way, but it's always nice that they're able to work with the president.
Graham faces conservative Ralph Norman in an August 25th runoff.
I asked for the president's endorsement and didn't get it. But anybody would want the endorsement, but he chose who he did, and that's fine. South Carolina's going to decide the next senator.
So for more on last night's results, we are joined now by political strategists from both sides of the aisle. Republican Liam Donovan previously worked for the National Republican Senatorial Committee. And Democrat Joel Payne currently works for the progressive group Move On. Gentlemen, thank you both so much for being here. Joel, to you first. Let's talk about Wisconsin and the Democratic primary for governor there. Francesca Hong was up by double digits, I believe it was, in the polls just weeks before this election, but Crowley ends up squeaking out a win. When you look at what went down there, how do you assess what happened last night?
Well, what I see when I look at Wisconsin last night is that the folks who were uncomfortable with Francesca Hong all finally had a candidate to unite around. Before in the race, there was the current lieutenant governor, there was the former lieutenant governor, Mandela Barnes, there were others in the race. That field cleared out, and it became very clear that Crowley was the alternative to Hong. Hong's numbers were always pretty consistent in the high 30s, 40%, which is about where she landed last night. It was that undecided vote and that vote that was dispersed among others that never quite came together. Well, it came together behind David Crowley. And a lot of that support was in the African-American community in big areas like Milwaukee, Madison, Racine, where you see big numbers of African-American voters in Wisconsin stacking up. Crowley was able to do that. And I think Democrats overall feel more buoyant about their opportunity to defeat Tom Tiffany in November now that Crowley is the nominee instead of Francesca Hong because of some of Hong's previous statements and some positions that feel maybe a bit out of the mainstream.
Yeah, there was too much focus, including myself. I've got to look under the hood a little more. There was too much focus on the result of the polls. You would just see like Francesca Hong plus 25. And you would assume, okay, she's winning the race by 25. But what she was actually winning by 25 was that many percentage points over the next guy. And the next guy, if they're down at 17%, then you're not winning a majority of votes. And also, like a third of respondents to these polls were saying they were undecided, even like 2 weeks before the election. That is a big chunk of the electorate. And then you had this guy, Mandela Barnes, who was considered like in second place up until he dropped out at the end of July. And he had like 15%, 20% of respondents picking him as well. So gotta take a look under the hood at these polls and not just look at the top line, the headline, because the polls were pretty accurate in the sense that they had her around 40% of respondents saying they support her, and she ended up around 40%. They just couldn't predict what was going to happen with the undecided and with all the other candidates. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, I've read a few articles about this now, and hopefully they talk about this in these videos that we watch. But, you know, there was an overemphasis on progressive support because these people were excited about their candidate, whereas I don't think there were a lot of people excited about David Crowley, so they weren't as willing to participate in polls. So really seems like it's coming down to if you're excited about your candidate, you're more likely to participate in a poll.
I mean, Liam, as Joel is saying, Republicans clearly wanted to run against Hong because of these statements like wanting to cancel Thanksgiving and to perhaps abolish the police. So they don't have that foil now, and now they have to run against Crowley. How do you see that unfolding?
I think number one, Francesca Hong was not a great candidate. That was, very, very ripe for Republicans. They were certainly rooting for it. I think if you're looking at the initial polling, though, Crowley is matching up similarly against Tiffany. In the general election, it is still a tough matchup, and it's going to be coming down to, I think, the environment and how Crowley shows. I mean, this is a guy who's not in the race a month ago, so how he shows in the campaign trail, very impressive comeback. I think to Joel's point, the collective action problem that Democrats managed to solve, I think they saw the race flash before their eyes with the experience in Michigan, and so the way that Hong comported herself on that past week prompted the governor to go out and do a full court press. And so I think the establishment sort of won that battle. But if you look at the war that played out across the country last night, the establishment is taking it on the chin in places like Connecticut, in places like Minnesota. And so I think there is still a lot of this sort of Green Tea Party yet to come in this cycle.
That's right.
Oh, come on. The candidates that beat people in Connecticut and Minnesota are not DSA freakazoids. Peggy Flanagan is progressive. She is like Elizabeth Warren. She's not like a DSA or anything like that. And then in Connecticut, he's talking about, I believe it was Connecticut's first, no, I don't remember which district, but it was one of the congressional districts. There was a guy who's been in office for like 30 years who got defeated by someone a little to his left. But the guy that got defeated was pretty progressive, and the person who beat him was not DSA or anything like that. So these are not huge wins for DSA or something like that. The progressive wing of the party is more fired up right now and has, bigger ideas and better communicators. And that is something to look into and to work on for sure. But, I think everybody's kind of collectively sighing that Hong is out of the race. Again, I don't think she was a terrible person. I don't think she was a good candidate. I think she ran a terrible campaign by taking the bait in every interview and doubling down on her woke nonsense from 2020 and refusing to change her position on anything. And she thought she could just run some sort of bleeding heart campaign that offended nobody and pal around with schizos like Mike from PA, and it didn't work. Yeah, and I guess there's this argument about no television ads. I don't know the extent of that. I'd have to see the figures. Like, what is the actual money behind that? What is the airtime? I mean, she literally just ran no ads because I would imagine she had plenty of funds coming in. She was a national figure for weeks. And it's, I know Bernie and AOC didn't get behind her, but plenty of other people were excited about her. So I doubt she was lacking for funds. I never read a single article about her struggling to raise money. So did she just spend all the money on ground operations and no TV ads? I don't know. No clue. But that's something Hassan was crying about last night, claiming that her lack of TV ads was a big reason why she lost. I don't know. I mean, that would imply that she struggled to raise money. Otherwise, why wouldn't you be on TV? And I never heard a peep about her struggling to raise money. So I am curious to read an article or watch a video about this point about her not having TV ads.
Right. Joel, let's switch to the Minnesota Senate primary. And as Liam is saying, progressive Dems took it on the chin there, but they did score this win in Minnesota with Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan beating Congresswoman Angie Craig by double digits. How much energy do you think is in the Democratic Party right now on this progressive wing, that side of the party?
Look, I think for sure the energy, the kind of guaranteed energy that you really want at your back going into an election cycle, it is certainly coming from the left flank of the party. Some of that is frustration with the establishment, both in the Democrat and the Republican Party. And then some of it is just because of new, fresh ideas and fresh candidates. Peggy Flanagan would be a historic candidate. She'd be the first woman, Native American in the United States Senate. And I think an issue that really took center stage in Minnesota was ICE. Of course, Minnesota was ground zero of some of the biggest conflagrations between ICE and between citizens over the last year. That was a very prominent issue here. Peggy Flanagan talked about a kind of a maximalist approach to abolishing ICE. Angie Craig, a little bit more nuanced. And I think ultimately that was part of the storyline and part of the soundtrack as to why Flanagan was able to beat Craig by a pretty impressive number. I mean, a 20-point spread in a race like that is pretty significant, and I think just adds to the momentum behind the progressive wing of the party.
Liam, in that same state, in the Republican.
Yeah, I have no problem at all with Peggy Flanagan. I support progressive policy, and I want to see better champions for that policy. I've been horrifically disappointed by the people advocating for Medicare for all in the last few years. It's just been embarrassing to watch, and I feel like we're getting further away from getting Medicare for all because of these clowns. But somebody like Peggy Flanagan is solid, and happy to see a champion like her get in there. I mean, I think Angie Craig would have been great too, but no tears on this side for Peggy. We had two awesome candidates, and the people of Minnesota decided to go further left. And she's not DSA. She's not a crazy lady. I think she's a total professional and will do a great job. So it's exciting.
Gubernatorial primary, Republican Lisa DeMuth beat Mike Lindell, the famous My Pillow guy, longtime Trump ally.
Oh my God. Poor Mike Lindell just can't win anything, man. This is not the first race he's lost, but he's claiming fraud. He refused to endorse the winner. What an idiot.
Famous for all of his election denying shenanigans. He is one of a handful of these Trump-backed candidates that have not fared, seemingly because Republican voters get a little bit nervous about how they might fare.
And Trump endorsed him too, by the way. That's an L for Trump. So we were talking about Lindsey Graham's sister only getting 1/3 of the vote in last night's special primary. Well, this was another, and she was endorsed by Trump. This is another Trump endorsement that failed.
Statewide, how do you see how that one played out?
I think Mike Lindell has become kind of a sideshow and a punchline in a lot of ways. And so irrespective of the president's support, I think that was pretty clear to the voters of Minnesota. But I think this has been a state that should have shifted toward Republicans in the Trump era, and for a lot of reasons hasn't. Part of that has been putting up the right kind of candidates. So getting some, moving away from the Mike Lindell model and the Royce White model, moving towards people like DeMuth, people like Michelle Tafoya, who comes from an outsider background, has sort of an apolitical, sports entertainment bent. These are the sorts of people that in a neutral environment put these races in play. And you got to be encouraged. It's sort of similar to the Wisconsin dynamic, Democratic voters taking the choice and making, the choice that doesn't take a race off the board. And so that's what Republicans have to hope in Minnesota.
He should just run in the red district he doesn't live in, like at least 2 other Republicans.
Yeah, right. He might be able to win. He's trying to run in these blue races where their Republicans are looking for more normal people. But this analyst brings up an interesting point. Are we seeing the moderation of the Republican Party as well? I mean, last night was a huge rejection of the far left DSA stuff that's been going on. But also you could argue it was a bit of a repudiation of the MAGA craziness too, in some ways. Trump, losing his power, and maybe we finally get back to more decent politics. Okay, time of gifts. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's awesome. Thank you. That's huge. Let's freaking go. I hope so. Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, I make the argument that we need a strong Republican Party, like Nancy Pelosi said once, and everybody lost their mind. I don't want to see the Republicans win, but I want to have a strong partner to work with. I want to see the Democrats have someone they can work with to compromise and solve problems with. I mean, the Democrats are never going to represent everybody in America. And we all suffer when lunatics are sent to Congress, no matter what side they're on. And so I yearn for the days that the Republican Party comes back to being normal. I don't know if it's possible. I hope it is. But it doesn't mean I want them to win. It doesn't mean I want their ideas to win. I just want decent people in the minority that we can work with to actually advance solutions to our problems. And we don't have that when we have crazy people in Congress. We don't need a Republican Party if we get DSA and Dems. I don't know if that's tongue in cheek, but I don't see DSA gaining much. I continuing to make the argument that this is, I think, a moment in time for DSA. It's a lull in our politics due to the Kamala loss, the Biden stink, and people being upset the Democrats aren't fighting harder against Trump, even though there's nothing the Democrats can do. Elections have consequences, and people don't understand that. And so these DSA types are just promising the world and are energetic, and people like what they're offering, even though they will not deliver on anything, and they will fail miserably. So I think once the Democrats win in November, which I hope they do, and take over at least the House, maybe even the Senate, and start investigations, and there's a whole new face to the Democratic Party, and energy and excitement and hearings and accountability, they won't have the bandwidth left for this DSA noise. That's my prediction. I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe DSA gets some like exciting new leaders like Mamdani between now and January, and things turn around, but I doubt it. I mean, their leadership is on full display right now on the major networks, and they are not doing well. Skittles for breakfast. Exactly.
Staying with you, Liam, let's talk about South Carolina quickly. Newly appointed Senator Darlene Graham, sister of Lindsey Graham, had the president's full endorsement. She was already the incumbent when all the benefits that accrue to them, but she couldn't quite clear this 50% mark. What challenges do you think she's going to face in this runoff?
I think the biggest issue is Ralph Norman comes in with the ability to self-fund. So in an abbreviated timetable where her residual name ID just being a Graham is good, but remember, Lindsey Graham has always faced primary challenges in his previous races. Just most recently, I think there was something like a third of the electorate that voted for an alternative candidate. So the challenge for Norman will be to spend enough money to consolidate the people who are not sold on another Graham. The good news is that Darlene Graham has the president's backing, and the other piece is the president is not so fond of Ralph Norman, despite Norman being a strong backer of the president and would back his agenda. He backed Nikki Haley in a way that the president and the White House don't like. So the idea is, I think, that the Republican allied groups coming in her favor. You're seeing some consolidation. Senator Tim Scott coming out for her today. So we'll see if the party aligns behind her. Either way, that seat stays Republican, and it's going to be a Trump-aligned voice. But to your question of does the president's picks, do they succeed? I think that'll be an open question. But she's got a good start with that 30-some%.
Wow. This guy is an optimist. I don't see it like that at all. I do take his point that she could see some consolidation of support between now and the runoff, which is probably a month from now. But that is not a vote of confidence that she got last night. 2/3 of Republican voters voted for someone else. That's not great for her. And we'll see if, like, Russell Fry, who came in third and got about a third of the vote, if he endorses her, then that could do it. But looks like he's kind of kingmaker, though. This guy didn't even mention him, so I don't know. Massive Trump L if she loses. Yeah. Pretty wild.
Liam Donovan and Joel Payne, thank you both so much for being here.
Thanks.
All right. That looks like all they've got for that. Let's see. No Meet the Press now yet. Not yet. I do want to see how Hassan reacted to this. If there's like a summary video, I'm sure somebody put it up. 27-minute Wisconsin governor race was insane.
Yeah, he loves numbers so much. There aren't even any numbers on screen, and he's just fantasizing about numbers before the numbers show up. Oh,
here we go. What do we got? Very, very small here. 3% of the votes, like probably a precinct or something. Watertown, Jefferson County, Watertown, Wisconsin's here.
So immediately joking about stopping the steal, which I understand it's a joke, but he says it all night long. And you got to wonder if some of his fans thought that there really was some foul play, especially at the end of the night where there was this mix up with USB drives where they download the vote count from the tabulation machines and then drive these USB drives over to the courthouse where they put in the results and announce them. And somebody screwed up. Like, don't know how many tabulation machines there are, but something like 5 of them they didn't get the results from, and they had they had the wrong files. So they had to drive back and then go download them again the right way and then drive it back to the courthouse once more. And basically ended up delaying things like an hour and a half last night around, boy, it must have been like 3 a.m. by the time they got to it, maybe 2 a.m. And people were wondering what the hell's going on here, man. Like, is something amiss? Because she was down by like 3,000 votes at the time. And I could see some lunatics thinking that this was the establishment, the moderates rigging it, making sure that they got the win for their guy. But Hassan doesn't care about those things. But this lead from David Crowley was maintained basically through the whole night. There was like a 15-20 minute window where she pulled ahead by 300 votes out of like 650,000 at the time, way late in the night. And within 20 minutes, she was back in second place. So David Crowley with a commanding performance all night, considering that he was so far back and had such an uphill battle getting back into the race just weeks ago.
Stop the steal.
I think the thing that jumps out is just look how much vote didn't go to either one of these candidates. A quarter of the vote, right? Look at this. I mean, this is like a precinct or something.
God
but I think
damn
that's just
it.
the first thing that just jumps out.
With this? Kornacki, this is literally, you're gonna give me a heart attack. Oh my God. I'm not looking at the screen. I'm not gonna look at the screen. That is crazy that he started off with this. Oh my God. This is journalistic malpractice. Oh my God. Get the numbers off the screen. Get the numbers off the screen, Steve. God damn it. Get them off. We're talking about 85 to 99 votes, man. I know it's a total of 200 votes. It's just, I don't want to see it. I don't like the number. 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 I don't like the number.
Holy, there are going to be.
Okay, so is this Hassan's first time watching the results come in? This happens every time. We're always taking the first numbers with a grain of salt, right? It's like less than 1% of the numbers in. Come on. He's acting like he's never seen this before. Get it off the screen. This is journalistic malpractice. I mean, they're just reporting the results, man. Leave Steve Kornacki alone. I know he's playing around, but still, it's a silly joke. I kind of blame people like Hassan for her losing last night. I mean, she lost by less than 4,000 votes. And I think that Hong was abandoned by people like Hassan and Bernie Sanders and AOC. Much, much more. They played a much bigger role in my blame game than Hassan. But Hassan, as far as I know, he went out and did one event with her, with Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. And that was like a week before the election. And then he didn't do anything else for her. Probably told his fans to support, to contribute to her, whatever. But nothing compared to what he did for El Sayed, where he went out there for like 5 days. I mean, if I recall, Hassan flew out on like a Thursday to Michigan, and he was nonstop at events and canvassing. And he stayed all the way through election night, where he went to like a influencer pool party the night before that even he criticized as tone deaf and shouldn't have happened. But he really put in the work for El Sayed. However, with Hong, because I think there was no AIPAC Israel boogeyman, it wasn't interesting to him, even though this woman was one of very few faces representing his entire movement, socialism, on the national stage. And he abandoned her along with other leaders, other leftist leaders and influencers and electeds. And I think they should be heavily criticized for that, because to me, it shows inauthenticity. Like, I would be devastated if somebody representing liberals, even if I thought they were a weak candidate, went down in flames like this, and I barely lifted a finger. I would be crushed. Like when Kamala lost, it was heartbreaking, And I wonder, could I have done more? Is there more we all could have done? But he didn't seem to care much. And like a lot of people, they just let this woman flounder. And to me, it shows, I think people will say I'm just being harsh, but I think it shows a lack of interest and a lack of care and a lack of commitment to this cause that he claims to support so much. I mean, why would you let socialism fail so hard like this? You know what I mean? That's kind of silly thinking. No offense. Well, I took offense to it. So you're out of here, dummy. Sick of you anyways. I don't think he really cares about politics. He just hates Israel. I think so too. I think because there was no boogeyman, no Israel bad guy, he didn't care. It just shows how one-noted people like Hassan really are, and that when it's not a sexy, exciting race that they think is going to be isn't going to be a layup, then they don't care. It's all, it's just a game to them. So
some counties where you are getting discrete updates of just the early vote, as opposed to, and so that's one other thing to.
Why is there? Oh my God, the American election system is so busted. I mean, look, it's safe, it's secure, I love it, but I also hate it at the same time.
You or let the Gaza issue overshadow the affordability, they shouldn't be surprised they underperformed.
Yeah, sure. It's like, you can't go too DSA, man. You know what I mean? It's like you can't go full DSA. Abdul El Sayed was not DSA. He says he's a capitalist, I think, and he barely won. So the lesson here is don't go full DSA.
Why do they do mixed results? And it varies by county. How is that possible? Who designed this?
Precincts around the county.
I don't even know the point he's trying to make here.
Right. Okay.
And another update from
Don't do mix. Just do.
What is he talking about?
Mail in first. And
He's mad that they're reporting same day, mail in, early voting. Okay, fine. But I mean, I'd rather they release results than hold back results as they, these are just same day. These are just mail in. Like you could sort through the data later and get whatever info you're looking for.
And move up to same day, move up to election day. Why does it have to be like this? Why are they doing half C's? We're doing half mail-in, half absentee ballot, half same day. Ooh, it's kooky. It's going to be hard to make projections. We just like it that way.
This is the kind of county that
I don't know, Hassan. Maybe look into why they do it like that. I mean, I don't think they're doing it just to upset people. They're probably just getting the votes out as quickly as they can. And I have no idea, man.
Between these two candidates.
Like, he's just upset about something that doesn't need to be upset about, basically, right? Like, what are you complaining about, bro?
I felt like our benchmarks here were saying when all is counted here, Crowley needs to have a slight advantage over Hong. Crowley does have a slight advantage over Hong with about half the vote in. Okay, Waukesha, here we go. Okay, it's a precinct. It's a precinct, but should we leave it here and see if they quickly add more?
He's acting like this is his first time ever watching results come in. This is how it is every time. This is why we just kind of, we lightly watch in the beginning when it's 0% in, less than 100 votes. Like, we don't really make much of it. We don't sit there and freak out.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Let's just, unless anything else.
He's like trying so hard to be upset for no reason.
Lights up, folks, because this hints at the possibility.
Are you kidding me? Are you joking? I'm going to have a aneurysm. Why is this the design of how they are collecting and counting the votes? How is this the design? What is going on?
I would expect this reaction from like Burnt Peanut or XQC if they were watching the results, not a guy who is involved in politics.
Oh my God, this is worse than.
He legit has no knowledge. Yeah, I said this last time when I tuned into him, because this election cycle, I chose to check in on the Cope Cam and see how Hassan is reacting to stuff. And we had never done that before on this channel. Just like I've never really looked at Polymarket, and I've started doing that now because so many people reference it. And since Hassan is such a big influencer, I've decided to kind of tune in to see what he's saying with races. And I have been shocked at his lack of knowledge and just like coming to the wrong conclusions, wrong explanation, you know, just a degree of silliness with his analysis that I would not expect from someone who has been paying attention to politics as long as he has. I think he's got to brush up on his knowledge a little bit, do a little more reading instead of getting news from Twitter. Got to read some articles, got to start engaging a little more with experts and taking in some analysis. Jacobin ain't doing it for him, and Squirrels on X leaving him out here to act a fool. Hassan should just wait one day for the final results instead of crying about results they come in. I mean, I think everybody should do that, right? But if you're going to watch it and host it live, you know, you should probably try to understand what's going on instead of crying about the thing that happens every time.
Michigan. Oh my God. 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 My ass puckering so much. Why do they do it like this?
Thing we can say, looking at this number in Waukesha County and next door in Jefferson. Okay, now Jefferson County, it looks like that means there is a little bit more vote there than we thought there was. So you can say that was at 95%. We thought that was complete. I should always say when it hits 95, it's potentially complete. That's when our decision desk goes and looks. And
Are we? Oh, there's nothing. There's nothing here yet. It's not because it's 2.5% so far. It's because the counties are the way that they're weighing the way that they're looking at early votes versus election day votes. I don't have any understanding of how they're calculating it, but the counties that they're coming from, the counties that they're releasing their numbers are smaller counties and largely rural areas, more conservative voter base in general. There's nothing from like any of the Hong Dynasty, nothing from the Hong Dynasty strongholds so far.
There's a real risk for him there because a lot of that vote is coming from a time in this campaign that.
Okay, there's a display of understanding how it works. Let's, you know, no need for the faux outrage over the process when you clearly understand what's happening.
He was not a candidate for, or he was an afterthought of a candidate for. So that's a significant. That
it's crazy, dude. If the establishment actually consolidated support behind Crowley instead of Sarah Rodriguez, this race would be over right now. That's what this is telling me. I'll be honest with you. If the Democratic Party in Wisconsin consolidated support behind Crowley as opposed to Sarah Rodriguez, even though it would have made no sense at the time because he was like on the verge of dropping out because he was at like 6% or something, this race would have been over. There's no other way to look at it, okay? Like the reason why it's a close race that is slightly favoring Crowley currently is entirely because of the failures of the Democratic Party, which, you know, I'll take it. Never look a gift horse in the mouth, but it's...
I actually don't disagree with him. I don't think it's entirely the Democratic Party's fault, but this was a mess. And the moderates screwed up royally in this primary, and we got saved by Governor Evers, as Astro Puffin said in the YouTube chat. Like his endorsement and campaigning with Crowley helped tremendously.
If you want to see him blame this lose on boomers, go to the last 45 minutes of his stream. He goes for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's see if it's included in this video. This is like a 30-minute recap of what happened last night. So I did see him saying we shouldn't allow boomers to vote or something like that. That's, you know, that's catnip for his young audience, but it's not a great message.
Actually unbelievable. Here's my take. Okay, here's my take. I totally understand why establishment Democrats have no vision. They don't need to. They don't need to have a vision. Okay, we saw this with Michigan, and we're seeing it once again in Wisconsin. They don't need vision. What they need is to spam TV ads and just hit electability over and over again. It doesn't even need to mean anything. You could just say, this is electable. We are the establishment. This is electable. This is the outbound governor. This is the electable pick. And every boomer, it's catnip for them. Harm reduction narratives have worked so reliably, both in the primaries and certainly in the general at times, for the Democratic Party that of course, they don't need to fucking win elections. Of course.
This is silly to me. We have good policy. We have good ideas. We don't have the greatest cheerleaders and salesmen for them. We're starting to get them. Ossoff, Tallarico, Pete Buttigieg. You know, we're starting to realize that we've got to be better salesmen and get people fired up on our ideas. But Democratic Party has tons of ideas. You know, they want to make housing more affordable. They want to make groceries less expensive. They want to make healthcare affordable, you know, on and on. Everything from the enhanced ACA subsidies. The problem is that these DSA and progressives can just promise the world to people with no plan on getting it done. And in a world where Congress is failing to do anything and prices are skyrocketing and the party out of power can't do anything to stop Trump, that sort of messaging resonates with people. But I don't know how you look at last night's results and even the Abdul El Sayed results from a week ago where he barely won and convince yourself that the progressives and DSA have some sort of amazing winning message. I mean, this is not exactly a great sign for that faction of the party.
They've never had a competitive election in their fucking lives. That's literally it. So I understand why they're so lazy. Their laziness is what has allowed us to you know, secure some crazy victories.
That vote by mail.
How? Like I said, for example, with health insurance, the enhanced ACA subsidies that the Democrats passed unilaterally without any Republicans, that allowed 12 million people to be able to afford their health insurance for 5 years. That's how. That's just one example. The enhanced child tax credit that put hundreds of dollars into parents' hands. That was huge. Look at all the legislation that passed under Biden. The problem is they didn't have the cheerleaders to tout it and to show people and to tell them. And also Biden was focused on like 10-year projects, such as $1 trillion of upgrading infrastructure. Nobody can get excited about a bridge being built 6 years from now. You know, that's tough. But we just need better salesmen, and we're starting to get them. But what ideas do the progressives and the DSA have? Medicare for all? How are you going to get Medicare? That's my question. People always ask the moderates, how are you going to improve people's lives? Well, how are you going to get Medicare for all? It sounds great. How are you going to get it? You're going up against trillion-dollar industries, doctors, private equity, hospitals, pharma, health insurance. How are you going to do it? I haven't heard a plan. I read Abdul El Sayed's book, and I didn't hear jack shit for a plan in there, except we'll get enough people excited that they'll demand it, and we'll elect people over time who will vote for it. Okay, so that's your 50-year plan. Got it. I'd rather see more people get access to healthcare now than wait 50 years to get Medicare for all. No thanks. I want to see people get help now, not some pie-in-the-sky plan. And that's the same thing with DSA on everything. Anytime they're pressed, open borders, abolish the police, whatever. They always talk about, well, we can't do that now, but what we'd like to do in the future, it's, oh, okay, there's your 50-year plan. Nice. How about helping people right now before we're dead?
But once again, this doesn't mean that like Francesca Hong lost. I'm just letting you understand. I'm letting you know that the reason why David Crowley broadly
Biden's
is
chip manufacturer reshoring effort is going to pay us dividends in 4 to 5 years. But yes, delayed.
Yeah.
And no one will thank him for it later.
No one will thank him, and Republicans will claim credit. And yeah, so the sad thing is we all lose because no one will ever do these giant projects that unfold over 10 years ever again because you don't get credit. And it actually, like you invest political capital and nobody gives a shit. People just care about what's right in front of them, and they have no imagination for what's to come. They also have no imagination for problems you prevented. Biden prevented a lot of bad things, and he never got credit for that. Like him getting us out of the height of the pandemic was a huge score and a amazing results that he got from that. And nobody gives a damn because they don't have the imagination to envision what would have happened with bad leadership. Like if Trump was still in control, they just kind of shrugged and like, well, That's just government. That's you just doing your job. It's like, okay. So yeah, that is the one thing the Democratic
I
Party
always
needs to
say
change.
this and will say again. DSA just need to stop the cringe and just return to tradition that actually works. Sewer socialism. Be a Mamdani, not that DSA cringe chairperson.
I agree. If these DSA people just talked about filling potholes and picking up trash instead of abolishing prisons and rejected all that and pushed back on all the cringe DSA stuff, and if DSA rejected all that crap and all the woke bullshit, then they would win by a mile. But they can't do it. They're cringe lords.
Performing this way after having to drop out a month before. You guys are looking at the top line number. Oh my God. That's why everyone is like, dude, shut the fuck up. It's only 1%. That's irrelevant right now.
We still have, we think, about 11K to come right here in Waukesha County. Those have clearly been good for Crowley. And we think we have, in Brown County, Green Bay, we think about 17,000.
I cannot want to fix my potholes. Curl A-OK, both top two are hot, but pulling frog.
There you go. Fix my potholes. I agree.
Believe how all of these races are literally down to an ass hair every time. I feel like this is specifically designed to make me have an aneurysm. I'm going to turn into John Fetterman. I'm going to have an aneurysm and become John Fetterman. I'm going to become a conservative who loves Israel more than anything else.
For Crowley. Same question in Milwaukee. Huge question in Milwaukee with those.
This just feels performative. I know that's going to upset some Hassan cult members that somehow managed to be in my channel without realizing how much I don't like this guy. But does this not feel performative? He's like, bro, this is not the first election results you've ever watched, man. I guess he's perhaps maybe upset about the results not going his way, but it's so early in the night. How can you even care about the results one way or the other? So it just feels like he's putting on a stupid show. And I hope they included him begging for subs. I could not believe when we tuned into him, just for maybe 15, 20 minutes total, he was asking people to subscribe. I couldn't believe it. I cannot believe that this guy with 40,000 people watching him, who probably makes hundreds of $1,000s a month without ever asking for a single dollar, was encouraging people to spend their hard-earned $6 to subscribe to his channel. Absolute loser, pathetic energy. I don't even sit here and ask people to sub. Once in a while, I will. But if I was in his position, I'm a million times smaller than him. And for him to be begging for $6 for people is just so embarrassing. And it's just so unnecessary. Like, wow. Why, dude? It just, to me, it kind of like says everything about him.
It's a shtick/persona for cash, right? Surely he grew out of this for real long ago?
No. He was like, guys, we got a hype train going. Consider supporting independent media, the Hassan Abi Network. You can subscribe for $6 a month. And then he's like, if we get up to level 10, we'll do something. Like he has some sort of goal at level 10 or something for a hype train. Like he actually cares about people subscribing to him. That's just crazy to me. Millionaire with billionaire parents begging for money. Yeah, like literally, there's absolutely no excuse to do a sales pitch when you're at his level of success. Zero. Literally zero.
Those 27,000. Racine County, close to 20,000 left there.
Maybe that's why you're not a millionaire. I mean, I've got my little gimmicks. I've got my daily sub goal. I've got the monthly poll, but you know, I just give you guys stuff to play with if you want to help support the channel. But, you know, just to flat out tell people to subscribe when you're at this level is nuts to me. And like I said, I don't even really ask people to sub at my level of success. And I'm so much smaller than him. I'm a little tiny guppy compared to him as a giant blue whale.
He also told people that asked him to explain parts of the election results to subscribe and press rewind because he didn't want to do it.
Yeah, that was funny. Not going to repeat it. Oh, boy.
I think that, if you're Crowley, is a
We
very
always knew
hopeful
statewide
number.
primary elections were going to be hard,
he's
right?
expected
Yes,
to do
of course.
he should do quite well there. The precincts that we have, he's doing well there. 11,000 left in Waukesha. So if you're Crowley, those two places right now, a combined 30,000 votes between Racine and Waukesha County, where I think there's some.
Guys, the New York elections
I see
were
Twitch subs
not.
as donations. Is that the majority of us? He treads it like an actual service subscription you have to use and can run out of.
Yeah, I hope they kept the clip in here. I doubt they did. But he says support independent media as if he's doing some sort of public service, and it's like donating to PBS or something. You know, I don't know, man. As if he's some struggling independent journalist just trying to get his legs, his sea legs here. I mean, give me a break.
Statewide, they were districts inside of New York City. Okay, very different dynamic, much easier to poll, much easier to understand, and areas where, you know, New York City DSA can do Assad numbers. Like, that's not even a question. This is a statewide race in what they declare a swing state, but ultimately a statewide race nonetheless, where there was a lot of national media attention that came in the last second.
She could net.
Is this a timestamp to him talking about it, Zlu Bars? His little hype train and subscribe? If so, I would love to show that. Timu Vice reporter about the independent media. Oh my God, thank you. You guys don't believe me, man.
The polling was quietly very wrong in Minnesota as well.
Yep.
Peggy won by a lot more than expected.
Yeah, I remember seeing like +7 for Peggy, and she won by 20. So yeah, something to be said about that too.
Media, please subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch. Subscribe for the People's Broadcasting Service.
Slowly,
Also, support independent media. Chat. Piker Broadcasting Service, People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, for tomorrow's news today. The People's Broadcasting Service. If you want to support independent media, please subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. The #1 op of all mainstream news, the #1 op of Republicans, and even sometimes the #1 op of establishment Democrats. You seem weirdly calm right now. Am I missing something? I
mean, some people might say it's a joke, but that doesn't seem like he's joking to me, man. Like, imagine doing that in front of 40,000 people so you can get, what, maybe 10 primes or something? I mean, dude, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? You're already disgustingly rich. You really need to bother people for that? I mean, talk about you're just focused on the wrong things, man. Big night for your movement, big night for DSA. You're supposed to be a person that's in the vanguard of this change in America, and the revolution is here, and you're asking people to subscribe. Funny shit, man.
You know, she could net still.
This was the cherry on top of everything else. It's a governor's race. The governor's race is very different than Senate races.
You know,
red states vote for blue governors. Blue states vote for red governors. Governors' races are entirely like it's the most like split ticket voted race. Usually, it's not. It has nothing to do with like even party affiliation or party loyalty. But the reason why this one obviously was very important is because of the trifecta, because Wisconsin wants to do redistricting and pull up numbers. And Wisconsin for the first time would have Wisconsin would have a trifecta here within the state house and state senate, and with the governor would be able to do redistricting. Yes, there's still a path. It's an ass hair though. Hong has more than enough vote outstanding in Dane to take the lead, and she should improve as the remaining precincts skew left in Madison. The bigger question is what comes next. Racine, Sheboygan, Manitowoc, and the Milwaukee-Kenosha-Brown absentee votes still loom. The problem is absentee is not going to be great for Crowley because Crowley was literally not in the race, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good for Hong either, because a lot of the absentees are older voters. Older voters are most likely not going to vote for Hong. So basically, the hope and a dream there is that they all basically don't go to Crowley because they were all paying close attention, and Crowley at the time wasn't in the race, wasn't in the running, so they all voted for fucking Sarah Rodriguez or some shit.
Oh, I don't think it's exactly like that. There were about 140,000 mail-in votes sent in early on, according to Steve Kornacki here, when Crowley wasn't on the ticket. He had dropped out before he got back in. I believe most people mail in their ballots closer to the election, especially in a difficult primary like this where people don't know what to do. And you had so many people undecided till the last minute. I understand the argument that absentee ballots are sent in earlier, but this guy Crowley was back in the race at the end of July, like 2-3 weeks ago. So I think that's plenty of time for the majority of mail-in ballots to have factored him being back in the race. So I don't think it was as big of a deal in regards to that. But he is right in the sense that older, more plugged in people would use mail-in voting and vote ahead of time, whereas Francesca Hong was courting a younger, newer voter, and those people probably wait till the last minute, right? I mean, I don't know about you. When I was young, I wasn't mailing in a ballot 3 weeks before the election. I was waiting till a day or two before at best. Most people do that too. Most people will do research literally minutes before they go vote. They'll do a Google search. I mean, that's human nature, right? Like, okay, the deadline's here. Let me take a few minutes to look into this now. That's just kind of how it is.
Northern Wisconsin, you know, even I'm just going to look kind of through the drift
Are
list.
you planning on TikTok debates again now that elections are going to general? Ossoff.
I have no plans on debating on TikTok unless I take on like a Jubilee or just decide I want to practice. But I really have, I couldn't get any debates. That's why I quit. It's not like I had a line of people debating and I just got tired of debating. I got tired of sitting around waiting for someone to debate me. So I'm not convinced that that environment has changed anyway. Plus, I think I was shadow banned because I couldn't stick to the language TikTok wanted. So, well, and there's Zubars is still watching other debaters. Parker can't get any debates either. So it's still, to this day, it sounds like there's no debates to be had. If Parker can't get debates and struggling, then someone like me with 300 viewers is going to really struggle. So I don't feel like I'm missing anything. But it's not like I'm doing nothing with that time. My goal is to start making YouTube videos if I can. It's a lot of work. I'm almost done building my new background here, which is I want to show it. I want to use it. So I'm hoping it'll inspire me to make some videos. But otherwise, I'm just going to the gym and walking and, you know, taking my time, focusing on my personal health and life and stuff like that. I don't need to do anything during the day. I'm lucky enough that I can stream in the evening alone and do just fine. And I have a lot of fun doing it. So I just, you know, I enjoyed the marketing and meeting new people and working on my craft of debating during the day. But if I'm just sitting around waiting for people to debate for 30 minutes, that's not fun for me. Punch left? Yeah, I don't really want to debate leftists.
MAGA is in their fortress arc.
Thank you, Carrie, for the $5. That's part of it. I also think that Trump is just bleeding support. You know, I take it as a good sign that Trump is hemorrhaging supporters and nobody wants to defend his bullshit. And he's lost a lot of people who were excited about him. So I take it as a positive sign for our politics and our country. So, you know, it's good and bad.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law and he voted for Obama.
Ossoff / the unbeatable ticket.
Jen with the $10. I was curious who'd that go to because you had him as one word with the / but it went to Ossoff. 999 points. Awesome. Thank you. Look at that. AOC still in the lead, though, by a little bit. Most leftists and lefties end up voting for the Democrat. So that's why I don't really bother debating them. They're, you know, the ones who are with their heels dug in, not really going to move them on anything, you know. Even if you say Israel should be wiped off the map and Hakeem Jeffries is the worst human being on earth, they don't care. Like there's nothing. The goalposts are on wheels. They'll never be convinced, and they just like it produces nothing of value, in my opinion, to debate with them. Has Hong endorsed Crowley? Oh yeah, she did. TikTok also has a very young audience. Yeah, I liked having a presence there because my debate content was different than most people on there. It was mostly like Parker and Dean and this sort of like excited, energetic, youthful, attacking, constant punching. And while that's entertaining, I don't enjoy that as much. And it's just not for me. You know, it's like if I have to hang out with a bunch of teenagers for some reason, I'm really annoyed. Like, I don't want to be around that energy. You know, young people kind of bounce off the walls and they have all sorts of giggling and stupid sayings and they have ADHD, every single one of them. And it's just like annoying energy. So for me, it was fun to like just have this sort of calming older discussions with people and, you know, just approach things differently. There's not a lot of that on TikTok, but you know, it's kind of a shitty platform, man. I don't miss it. I don't even go on there in very often. Like I went on there once in the last 6 weeks for like an hour. Yeah, maybe like half an hour.
A county that actually has votes in through kind of the driftless area. You know, he's putting up some margins there. St. Croix. Now, this is the suburbs of Minneapolis, St. Paul.
It's such a busted ass race that under normal circumstances, the same day, like the election day voting will absolutely favor Francesca Hong. However, given the barrage of negative ad spend and negative earned media against Francesca Hong in this last week, you unfortunately can't make that prediction. Or rather, it's definitely going to be the case that younger voters that are pro-Hong by like, you know, Assad margins are excited. They're voting on the election day voting. But how many of those votes, like, will it be a wide enough margin that she actually overtakes David Crowley here as the difference continues to grow, you know, from 400 to 500 to now 700, because those are mostly like rural counties that they're looking at the votes from.
But yeah, was that like the city of Green Bay, or was that like...
Oh, the nails are getting bitten. Nerves are kicking in. I mean, David Crowley was ahead almost the entire night. This must have been a tough watch for Hassan. Probably wondering why he didn't try harder to help her, why he and people like Bernie and AOC abandoned her, and why they put so much into El Sayed. And I really think it comes down to Israel, really. I think it's just they, as somebody said, they hate Israel, and that motivates them. That is like their number one motivator, and AIPAC had no role in this race, so they were bored to tears. Even though Francesca Hong was the face of socialism last night, and they let her fail, they let her drown. They don't care. To me, it shows they don't really care about their movement. They don't actually give a damn about what they claim to stand for. Otherwise, they would have tried a lot harder with her.
Yes!
Central count. I think that would be if we could.
Brown just flipped a Hong. Great result for Hong in Green Bay City.
So Crowley's lead with that is slashed down to 1300.
I'm a fucking cheesehead. Go Packers. Oh my God. Oh my God. Socialism, public ownership of NFL.
How did Hassan try hard to get her in? He went to one event with Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Compare that to what he did for Abdul El Sayed. He spent 5 days in Michigan canvassing. He went to the influencer pool party the night before. He hung out at the election night party. To compare what he did to Abdul and Francesca is night and day. He barely lifted a finger for her, unless he did other events I'm not aware of or something. I don't think he did very much for her, especially as someone who represents his movement. You think he would have spent all day. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I didn't know. I guess you're just running your mouth for no reason, idiot. Now you don't know anything. What? How stupid! Just like start fighting with me, and then as soon as I present my argument, they're like, "Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't know." Well, what did you know? Obviously nothing, dummy. If you're gonna argue with me, at least have some knowledge and know what you're talking about. Like, what the fuck? Child behavior.
Teams for all. Go Pack, go.
You know, election day, which is going to be more total vote here
big dumps
than we thought. So it just keeps going up. You know, Milwaukee's been raised now to 150,000. Milwaukee County has been raised to 150,000 expected vote. I can tell you, at the start of the night, that was much lower.
We're about to get the Milwaukee absentee drop according
and
to
now
someone on
it's
the ground.
just south of the Dane number. The Dane number is sitting at about 157 right now. But again, wondering if that could still go up
that's gonna
as well.
Tell the truest tale of
those
all.
Those are now the only two
Milwaukee
counties
absentee ballots
left
will
in
tell
Wisconsin
us
where
the results of this night, I
currently
think.
there's more than 10,000 votes
Unless there's
expected
more
left.
additional votes that are coming in that they haven't been counted yet.
No, excuse me. Nope.
Unless
I said that
there's
wrong.
more
There's
dubs.
also, it's not totally straightforward here, where it's like she's just doing it in the college towns or the the youngest places. We said
It's not going to be a long night. You're wrong.
Bellwether, and she's winning.
Famous last words.
Milwaukee absentee ballots are going to drop soon, and therefore I think a much clearer picture will be shown once that happens. Yeah, this also means I'm sure Winnebago will be Hong County. So along with that, we have left is Dane. There's a real chance Hong is up heading into the final drop of the night. Milwaukee absentee ballot, and it comes down to that. I'm telling you, Milwaukee absentee ballot, if the olds voted for anybody but Crowley and some of them voted for Francesca Hong, this might be an interesting result that is very good. But again, I don't like that it's that close. I don't like that this is what we are like fucking leaning into a hope.
Yeah, like if that's all you were hoping on, then you didn't have much. I mean, it's a valid point that we were waiting to see this sort of mail-in voting that was done before Crowley got back in the race. But like I said earlier, I think it was a very small portion of mail-in votes that were sent out when Crowley was out of the race a month ago. Most people sent in their mail-in ballot like probably a week or even just days before. I mean, that's just how it is. So I think this was always a long shot that she would win because some people voted for people that dropped out or didn't even know Crowley was back in, and enough voted for Hong at the same time. That was always going to be a long shot. The olds. No matter how useless you might feel when you're having a bad day, just remember that at least you aren't a Hassan dick rider going around different streams showing your whole ass. Yeah, I don't understand the people who come by my stream to defend Hassan. I find it to be the most pathetic behavior ever. Imagine going around like defending Destiny or me or something in Hassan's channel or some other leftist channel. Like, why would you waste your time? I don't go anywhere where there are people that talking about stuff I don't like or people that I don't like. Number one, you're not going to have any impact at all. You're just standing out to get some attention, and I'd rather you deal with whatever's going on in your life that causes you to go do that. Obviously, something's wrong. It's like going to a meetup for pets and you hate dogs. It's like, dude, then leave. We're here to play with the dogs. What do you want from us? It's just idiotic. And I could never be caught dead doing it. Like, you know, trolling is another thing. You said trolling to troll. Trolling to like have some fun and trigger people like with jokes. For example, when I first got on Twitch back in like 2013, I would hang out in this Flat Earthers channel, and the chat was full. It was like 50 people in there. This is back in the old days of just chatting. It was like a very small group, but there was about 50 people in there, and this guy had like a man bun, and he believed the earth was flat, and he would talk about it all day. And I would go in there once in a while, and everyone was fighting with him. I decided to troll by taking his position and fight with the rest of the chat, talking about how right he is. I also used to do this with Casey Tron when she was a troll back in the day. Casey Tron, before she lost her mind, she used to pretend to be like a bad gamer girl and play in like the lowest bronze level in League and talk shit in the game. Like, you guys suck and I'm just a girl trying to do my best. She would like lean into this like gamer girl mentality, and it was hilarious. She was an entertainer, and I would defend her as like in the chat too. I'd be like, "You're doing so well, Casey." And then people would come in there, like guys would be so upset at her. And I'd be like, "That's really misogynistic of you." You know, like trolling like that to upset other chatters. That's funny to me. But coming in here and defending a multi-millionaire man-child who doesn't need your support in a room full of people who don't give a shit is just embarrassing. She was really funny back in the day. She was, yeah. I didn't know she put on an act then. Yeah, she was a total character. It was all, she never broke character. She was always in character as some gamer girl, and she was down in bronze, always 0 and 15, running it down mid every game and blaming her team. And guys would, her chat would be full of dudes yelling at her, calling her a bimbo and saying she's terrible. And it would be funny to be like one of her supporters, because it would get all those guys even more upset. So with the flat earth guy, I did the same thing. He'd have all these chatters screaming at him that the earth is round and he's an idiot. And I'd be like, actually, you're wrong. He's right. He's actually cooking. And they would get so mad at me. It was just hilarious. The old days of Raj Royale. Exactly.
A dream here.
You know, you all understand. But I don't want to. Somebody just came in. Somebody just came in. What was it? Holmes took the lead.
Dane County.
Oh my God! I almost went to the bathroom for that. Okay, Holmes just took the lead. Tell us about the update.
Here it was. A brief lead for Hong. She had about 20 minutes in the lead at what? 92%. No, 92% of that county. Let's see what the total statewide count was.
6,000 new votes. Hong wins 50% of them, and Crowley gets 33%.
Stop the count.
Stop
the steal.
6,229 total.
Stop the steal.
385 votes for her and 185 for Crowley.
Okay, and I'm also seeing something else significant here. This update just came in from Dane. It was very big for Hong. It looks like as that happened, we increased the remaining vote in Dane.
Best case scenario. Best case scenario. Best case scenario. Best case
We
scenario.
were
Remember what I
at,
said?
Before this update came in,
Best case scenario.
we were looking at, remember we were saying 13,000 remaining votes in Dane.
The mules are locked in.
So that update
Keep
was 6,000.
subscribing.
So
keep.
Oh no, another pitch for subs. Yeah.
You would think it knocks it down to 7. We now have a remaining vote.
Hong takes the lead with a Dane drop and still has 7 precincts left there. We'll likely build on that lead with Winnebago. Then it will come down to Milwaukee absentee ballots. Oh my God. Sarah Rodriguez, save us. Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes, save us. Sarah Rodriguez, I love you. Mandela Barnes, save me. Mandela Barnes, I love you. You are my GOAT. The election with victory was stolen from you. Remember the Democratic establishment, they left you behind. Mandela Barnes, save us. Milwaukee, please. Oh God.
Madison 73. She gets 658 votes. Oh. He gets 321 votes. Those are like some of the neighboring precincts.
So they do vary in size a little and turnout. Look, be super generous. 350
I'm
votes.
Gonna keep it $1.50. Maybe people will get mad at me for this controversial take. I hope DSA
Donald
in
Trump
Wisconsin doesn't get mad at me.
Election. Well, folks, you didn't subscribe enough. I keep saying, remember?
Yeah, I don't think he got enough prime subs. Kamala could have won if Hassan got more primes on election night.
I don't think we push for a recount here. That would be my take. If that's the case, I think we push for this controversial take. I hope DSA in Wisconsin doesn't get mad at me. I don't think we push for a recount here. That would be my take. If that's the case, that's just my humble opinion. I think that there's no reason to get into an unbelievably costly battle in that situation, depending on how close it is, I guess, at the end of the day. But it would be super costly. It would also probably not yield the results that people expect. NBC News said,
Hey, that is a solid point. I agree. I don't know why he thinks it's controversial. I think he's trying to portray DSA as some like badass boogeyman that is gonna force a recount or something. And DSA abandoned this woman. She was claiming allegiance to her local Madison chapter. That's about it. I don't know if DSA had a damn thing to say about her. They purity tested her out immediately. And she had no interest in a recount. She was quick to endorse Crowley, which I appreciate. I think it shows class, and I've always thought she was a class act throughout the whole campaign. I mean, people got mad at me for not calling her the R word over and over again, and I refused to do that. I thought she was a classy person, and I don't think she was stupid. I think she just like a bleeding heart, and you are a product of the people you hang around with and the media you consume. So if you hang around a bunch of crunchy vegan DSA freaks, then you're probably going to be using some weird language and talking about weird issues that nobody gives a shit about. And you're going to sound silly, right? And so she just needed to be around some more normal people and knock it off with the proximity to whiteness bullshit. And, you know, we got to drop all that language. I don't know. Some people, they did not get the message since 2020 that was cringe, and we need to knock it off with the weird language. You can still talk about those issues, but drop the stupid justice language, you know, like nobody wants to hear that shit. It blew up, it backfired, it blew up in our face. Privilege, yep, that's another one. That, like, these words need to be dropped. They need to be cut out of your lexicon if you're in these communities, because they're just annoying for people to hear. And it's like you're just kind of like whiny. But all of her positions were fine with me. I mean, yes, I'd love to live in a world where there's no prisons, you know, and I mean, that'd be amazing, but we're nowhere near there, and there's no way to get there right now. So why even talk about that? It's stupid. It's like talking about how nobody needs money. I'd love to live in a world where nobody has to earn money, and we all just have universal basic income, and we can all draw and write and fly kites and love each other, and robots clean everything and do all our work and feed us, and we float around in chairs like Wall-E. You know, awesome, amazing. But we're nowhere near there. So why are we writing it down on our platform? You know, why are we even talking about it? It's stupid. Star Trek universe would be dope. There you go.
As 99% of Dane County votes are in, home of Madison. New York Times claims only 92% are in. The difference is approximately 13,000 votes. Hong is currently leading the county by 7%. What the f is going on? I hope Kornacki's wrong. He's never wrong, but I hope he's wrong.
Do they? We get it the same way we've gotten all the other results. Is they'll upload it.
I don't know why you all were so worried. I knew this would happen. Have a great day, everyone.
There it is. David Crowley's biggest fan right there. Respect.
It into the system
Public
and it'll be distributed out
They go
to clients.
I mean, they fly it by pigeon.
If they do,
Steve.
I will let you know. But the best I know is that
they fly it by pigeon carrier, Steve.
We've had
yeah, they bring in a town crier. Hell yeah,
before.
hell yeah.
I feel like the 2018
the
governor's race
absentee
did,
ballot
does that sound
count
right?
from
Evers, I think, on
Milwaukee
Central
shows
in Milwaukee.
Francesca Hong winning 100% of the votes.
This process throughout the night, as you saw with that Dane update.
I was wondering if our Francesca Hong, despite losing most rural counties, was doing pretty well in rural areas in the northern and western quarters of Wisconsin.
Dane vote.
Thank you.
And I checked.
That's our reporter telling
which
us
counties are in primary out-of-state media markets, folks. You've got to run TV ads if you can.
It matters from the standpoint that, like, look, if it's 27,000,
looks like Dane County is done. Hong didn't get much from those last 7 precincts. Winnebago and Milwaukee, absentee ballot still outstanding.
Which is short, but she's.
So Hassan's big takeaway from this was she didn't run TV ads. That's why she lost. That's a major reason why. He was scolding his chat saying it wasn't Thanksgiving. It wasn't that. It was that she didn't run ads. So again, refusing to look in the mirror and think about what really happened. Is it possible that focusing on her ground game and hiring people to knock doors and not run TV ads did it? Maybe.
This is my gamer tag. Just a happy accident, smiley face emoji.
Nice. Hey, it worked out. But I have a feeling it had more to do with her running a crappy campaign. She embraced all her terrible positions and quotes from 2020, 6 years ago. All her interviews went horribly. Her debate performance was lackluster. She was evasive. She didn't have a good message, and leadership from the progressive wing did not help her in any way. But if you want to say she just didn't run ads and that's why she lost, I think it's missing a huge part of the story, and it's just going to continue to lead to failure. Like, you really think that if she just ran some ads, she would have won? I mean, really? That's the only thing you thought? That's the big, that was the deciding factor, just because she wasn't on TV? I mean, I'm sure it played a role, but I feel like that is not the main reason why she lost. I mean, she got pretty close to winning.
She's clearly going to have to win it big. She's just going to have to win that batch.
Look,
big.
I'm sorry. I think it's definitely Jover, but I hope it's not. I still believe.
Because
my
then,
heart says
we're
there's
waiting
still
on
votes ready to be counted, but my brain says it might be Jover.
So I think they have to go back to the city location and do some work there, and then potentially kind of restart that process. That's what I'm gathering from the city right now, or from the county update.
Really? That's
Wait, what happened?
So we're back to square one on this.
Potentially, and she's going through
what?
Do some work there, and then potentially kind of restart that process. That's what I'm gathering from the city right now, or from the county update.
Really? That's so we're back to square one on this.
Potentially, and she's going through the. I'm just trying to read the closed captioning.
Yeah. No. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. But that just seems like a very significant thing.
For across the board, or just for the absentees? What the is happening, dude?
Yeah, they have to restart that process. So they have to go back to the city location, I think re-grab the memory sticks or go through that vote process again and then bring it back to the county.
Was that 5?
Gutierrez.
Are we talking hours?
She identified the issue and is going to explain what the issue is and how we're going to proceed.
Okay.
Excuse me.
What just happened?
All right. So as part of the download process, there are two things. There's the audit log and the results. What we uncovered was that 5 of the sticks had the audit log downloaded and not the results. It's a human error. These things can happen. So basically what we need to do is go back to the
this deal. What is
operations center,
happening?
and we're going to download
What the fuck is
those
happening,
5
bro?
machines, the results, and make sure that it's not the audit log. So we have the reports printed from the first download. We're going to reprint and start the process so that we can compare those results. We invite you to come join us. Milwaukee Police Department.
Oh my God, this is the most insane election of all time.
Download those results and then send them back here to be uploaded.
Really mad.
Not the most insane, but definitely had some ups and downs. Incredulous Buffoon with the tier 3 resub. Hell yeah. Thank you, man. I appreciate that support. It was an exciting race, that's for sure. But what happened was we were all waiting on this big county, Montgomery County, to deliver the last 20% of their results. And Crowley had been up about 1.5% over Hong in that county. And so the race was still up in the air with like 90% of the results in. And that was like the last big dump. It would be a knockout punch for Crowley, or Hong could take the lead. And everybody was waiting like 90 minutes because these guys in Montgomery County had to download the results from the tabulation machines onto USB drives and then drive it over to this courthouse to then upload it and announce the results. Well, the press was watching them do this and tracking them. And when they got to the courthouse 90 minutes later, 5 of the USB sticks didn't have the results. They had the audit logs instead. So somebody downloaded the wrong information from the tabulation machines on 5 of them. So they had to drive back to the counting center and download the right information and then drive the USB drives back to the courthouse to upload it. And, you know, it's frustrating because it's things like this that make people question the elections. And Hassan is joking about it's being rigged, but this is what a lot of people think, you know, that's that chain of custody and that, how did you screw this up? Oh, well, it must have not been the results that they wanted, so they rigged it and they had to go back and do it or something, right? Like, this is where conspiracy theories start to catch steam. And I'd rather it happen now in a primary instead of the midterms or the 2028 presidential election, right? So that's kind of a silver lining. It's learning from that mistake so it doesn't happen in this swing state on a big election night. But definitely unfortunate, because I read that they've had a similar problem like this in the last couple of big elections, and they're really hoping to avoid any issues. And they had a flawless election up until this point at the end of the night, and it kind of it stained the election process, unfortunately, a little bit. But it doesn't seem to have been that big of a deal, but it happens. I mean, most of these mistakes in elections are due to human error, so I don't think you're ever going to completely eliminate that.
5 machines are at issue?
Correct. Not the machines, the stick. So the download process was.
How is he going to run cover for Hassan pushing voter fraud conspiracies? Well, this channel's too hard for you, man. I'm sorry. This is the adults table. I think you need to go back to the little kids table with your coloring book if that's what you took from what I just said. I'm sorry, man. Please don't eat the glue and the crayons over there, okay?
The audit log was downloaded, not the results.
Oh my God, what the f is happening? Oh my God, is Michael Pillow right? What is happening?
Like, Hassan is obviously joking, and if you can't see that, then you're a moron. I already said a couple of times that it's not helpful for Hassan to even joke about election rigging, but he is not the most mature, smart person, and he cannot be forward thinking like that. Like, he's just trying to make a joke, and I agree that it's harmful to even joke about that, but plenty of people do it. This is from today. He's coping even harder. Nice. Let's see. Is there a timestamp? Hold on. What's going on here? Okay, here we go. Trying to make $1. Yeah. This wasn't a loss. 1 hour and 54 minutes? I ain't watching all that. I'm not even watching any of that.
In here, but
oh my God,
it's a long list.
We stormed the Capitol. We stormed the Capitol, folks. What is happening?
In the process of uploading these sticks for.
Do you think it's harmful even for us to say stuff like stop steal? Yes, but I'm not going to finger wag and give people a hard time, because I know people are saying it in jest, but I do think it contributes to undermining our elections to even joke about it. But I understand, people make jokes. It is what it is.
Stormed the Capitol. We stormed the Capitol, folks. What is happening?
In the process of uploading these sticks, 4 of them did upload. So we do have those results, and they're secure. Now, we're not going to, I don't believe we're going to put those out in the sphere until we get all this back, because we want to make sure all the reports match up. I think
this is the thing.
Yeah, you also need physical drive time.
3 hours from here at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
I sent them an email a minute when I was standing here, seeing if they wrote back, asking if they can push it to later in the morning.
Oh,
I don't know that
they went to sleep hours ago.
I believe they did.
Yes.
Because this is the 3rd day of their conference, and they've been very good to me. And
Ternacki's that conference, bro. Lock in. Lock in! Dog, we ball. Are you kidding me? This is election history in the making.
Yeah. It's going to be a while there in Milwaukee. I hate ending it early. We have more. Next week, Florida, Wyoming, Arkansas. Please, I hope you'll tune in. September 1st, Mass. We got that Ed Markey, Seth Moulton primary. September 8th, New Hampshire. We got 3 more of these. These have been a blast. Again, I am so sorry.
Dude, why are their primaries so late?
It's just, it's going to be too late, and we gotta shut this studio down too. And so I hope you get some sleep. And thank you for staying up with us tonight.
My goat. Here, I'll take over, dude. Hey, don't worry. I'll protect the skies. You know what I mean? Like, I cannot believe this. I'm seeing some Hong showed that Field is overrated, but she's going to end up with around 300,000 votes, enough to have won any previous Wisconsin Dem governor primary this century, more votes than were cast some years. Normie Dem primary turnout is just reaching biblical levels.
Turnout was fantastic last night, no matter how you feel about the race. I believe in 2020 for the presidential primary, they had around 920,000 people participate. And last night, the Dem primary had 900,000 or so. Last night, they had like 720,000 or something total. Incredible turnout for an August primary in the summer before the midterms. I mean, it just shows you the Democrats are fired up. And I think most of those people stay engaged. I don't think that Hong supporters are going to stay home because she didn't win. I mean, she quickly endorsed Crowley, and I think that's enough to get the majority of her voters. And it sounds like he wants to work with her and continue to have her on the campaign trail. So they've got like 80 days to win over all her voters. I'm sure they will. And I think it's less of a challenge for him than Abdul El-Sayed because, number one, Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens' primary was pretty nasty, and there was no nastiness in this primary. Number two, Haley Stevens got almost half of the votes. So that's a lot more people than Hong got. Hong got like 40%, a little less than 40%. Unity and mending fences. Yeah, I don't think there'll be many fences that need to be mended here because I don't think there were a lot of hurt feelings in this campaign. And I give credit to Hong for that too. I mean, she ran a nice campaign as far as keeping it positive and not getting down in the gutter. I don't recall her saying a single negative thing about Crowley.
It's a race for the future of the Democratic Party, and it's very clear that the establishment Democrats can still hit that turnout machine. It is kind of wild though. Like in order for a left candidate to win, we have to be like, guys, we're literally going to fight every single day. We're going to knock on every single door in the state. You know, we're going to put lawn signs up. We're going to fundraise with small dollar donations. No like big money bombs from outside expenditures from corporate PACs. We are literally going to promise you the world. I will personally promise you that I'm going to arrest Tom Tiffany with my bare hands. And then on the other side, the establishment Democrats like, oh, I just dropped out and now I'm back in the race. And now the former governor has endorsed me. What's my argument? Electability. And every boomer's like, I will literally kill myself on the way over to vote, but I will hand with my last dying breath this fucking absentee ballot that will go for the electability candidate. Like that's it. That's literally what happened. It's kind of crazy that is exactly what happened tonight. That's what happened in Wisconsin. Like,
no, I think people are very upset at Donald Trump and they want to see someone push back. They had confidence in this guy because Evers got behind him. And if you watch some of his rhetoric on the campaign trail, he definitely seemed like he would rise to the challenge. I'm not saying he was some charismatic god or anything, but you just pretended he was a warm body and people voted for him because they were concerned she was going to lose. I don't think that's enough to get people out there. Like generic Democrat is a big winner in this upcoming midterms.
Wisconsin Democratic Party, no disrespect, they're chill, but they really fucked this, right? Like they tried to consolidate support behind Sarah Rodriguez. It failed because her campaign collapsed. The guy.
Yeah, like keeping MAGA out of power with Trump in the White House for another 2 years is a big part of the thinking behind voting in November for Democrats. Like, who can win and prevent a MAGA lunatic from enabling Trump, whether it be on a state level, in the Senate, in the House? Like, that is a huge factor because people know you're not really going to get much done with Trump as the president, but you can prevent worse things from happening. So I don't know why Hassan thinks some sort of like...
I'm late, but another W for the consultant class. Cool face emoji.
I don't know why people think Democrats are somehow going to get some amazing policy passed or something in this political environment, right? Like these next 2 years are about preventing Trump from doing bad things until we can get him the hell out of there. I understand this is a state race and the states can be incubators for ideas while the national government is failing. But still, I mean, Tony Evers is a well-liked Democrat. I think he's got a high approval rate in the 80s among Democrats. And this guy is kind of his protege, like the guy he wanted. So why wouldn't the people of Wisconsin assume that this guy is going to continue the legacy of what Tony Evers did and be happy with him? And he's talking about making life more affordable and what the state can do.
David Crowley, who was forced to drop out and support Sarah Rodriguez, was also dropping out because he was at like 6%. There was no option there. Mandela Barnes was the second place candidate the entire race. Francesca Hong was the front runner the entire time. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, David Crowley comes back in. Mandela Barnes drops.
The editing is always so funny. Hassan cannot finish a single sentence without 5 jump cuts.
So, Tony Evers. Evers endorses Crowley. This is Xavier Baccaria Part 2. All boomers need to see is the MK Ultra activation code electability. That's it. It quite literally is the MK Ultra activation code. I can't believe it. It's actually awesome. It's actually awesome how easy it is. I'll say this much. Listen, this is a phenomenal showing for DSA Wisconsin. Our time will come. I mean, look, it's likely that Francesca Hong is going to lose. I mean, I don't know, unless there's some mules and we stuff the.
It is with great sadness that I must report that we have lost a dear friend in the political space.
Oh.
After Francesca Hong's primary loss, Mike Frumpa lashed out against his couch.
Oh
First responders confirmed the couch was DOA.
Oh my God. That is horrific. Barabas, thank you for the $20 super chat. Wow. That couch didn't stand a chance against Mike's fury. He was probably so pissed.
A Democrat governor on Wisconsin can also prevent another egregious gerrymander from the already very gerrymandered Wisconsin State House and Senate.
Absolutely. I don't even know who's in control. I meant to look this up recently. Which party controls the Wisconsin House and Senate? The Republican Party controls both chambers of the Wisconsin State Legislature. Well, there you go. There are 18 Republicans and 15 Democrats in the state Senate, and there are 54 Republicans and 45 Dems in the state assembly. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty huge right there. That's pretty huge.
Ballots, and we end up winning Milwaukee absentee ballots, which is fairly unlikely, but who knows, right? But even if there is a defeat at the end of this tunnel this time around, I want all of you to understand, all of you that played a role in this campaign, all of you that fought like hell, knocked on doors, phone banked if you're outside of the state, I need you to understand that you did this pretty much on your own. You did this without any national progressive endorsements, no outside spending.
Why does he not weigh in on that? Like, why was that acceptable? I didn't even support this Francesca Hong woman, and I was pissed that Bernie and AOC did not back her up. I am shocked at the lack of support for Francesca Hong. And yet Hassan, he just kind of like glazes over it. Like, yeah, didn't have any support from progressive leaders. Why would they allow their movement to take an L? Why would they risk it by not doing every single thing they can? This woman was one of very few faces of their movement. It's democratic socialism, whatever, progressivism, whatever it is, she was the face, whether you like it or not. And she wasn't like, she didn't commit a crime. She wasn't accused of doing anything terrible. She was just cringe and said some weird shit and was kind of a weirdo. I mean, is that the worst thing in the world? I mean, they could have helped her. They could have gotten some staff to help clean up her image and done some rallies for her or something. I don't know. They just like, assumed she was going to lose and moved on like she didn't exist. I think it was very sad how they treated her, honestly. And I blame Hassan too. Hassan did one event for her, which is, more than some people, that's for sure. But he spent like a whole week in Michigan working for El Sayed. And if he's that committed to this cause and he wants to be a leader in it, then why didn't he put anywhere near that effort into her race? And somebody told me, oh, that's not fair. He raised $70,000. Hassan could raise $300,000 for her in 2 days if he wanted. I mean, come on. If I raised $70,000, that'd be incredible. But he's got 40,000 people watching him every day. He could donate $70,000 himself and wouldn't even notice it disappear from his bank account. So please spare me with this. Like, let's be honest about this here.
No PACs whatsoever, because they're no Justice Democrats in the process, no involvement from anybody else, no Bernie endorsement, no AOC endorsement, just you, okay? Think about how much time has changed and how much the environment has shifted in general. Yeah, no Mark fucking Pecan, by the way. No Mr. Pecan over here, Mr. Progressive. A little bit disappointing, but I don't want to get into that because he tweets funny and I like it. Also, he went to Cuba and I respect that. Anyway, yeah, did it all with no features. So I will say this. Just think of what the possibilities look like in the next 2 years. Because just remember where you were 2 years ago. Close your eyes and think for a moment where you were 2 years ago. Where this community was 2 years ago, where you were 2 years ago. Kamala Harris is slated for, is Brad Summer, right? Or yeah, it's Brad Summer. And I guess the DNC has ended. We're feeling a little discouraged about her chances. Tim Walz is about to go on the stage in the VP debate to say that he would sign off on a nuclear first strike on Iran. Insane shit. But think about what the prospects of a socialist frontrunner looked like for a statewide race in Wisconsin. Think about how much has changed in the last 2 years. These motherfuckers undermined us. They talked big shit. They're going to keep doing it, by the way. They're going to call us terrorists. They're going to call us anti-Semites. They're going to call us idealists. And eventually we're going to win. Just think, 300,000 votes, more votes than virtually every single governor primary. You did that. So don't get discouraged because the media will do everything in its power to try to discourage you. They will tell you you're a fucking loser. They'll say, oh, DSA, your candidate was ass. Oh, Francesca Hong was bad. She was a bad candidate. Oh, she didn't like Thanksgiving. Fuck them. And fuck Thanksgiving too.
Look, I'm sure it's a nice speech for his channel to continue to keep them motivated. But I think this is a narrow window for DSA and this socialist movement. I could be totally wrong. But I truly believe that this is a narrow window for these DSA types to get some traction. If the Democrats win in November and take over the House, possibly even the Senate, it's going to be a whole new Democratic Party. It's going to no longer have the Biden and Kamala stink. There's going to be energized people like El Sayed in there, Tallarico, Ossoff is going to be on a whole new level. There's going to be younger Dems running committees. We got a lot of older people have left. I mean, Nancy Pelosi's not going to be around. It's going to be a different game. And I think there won't be much energy left for this DSA grumbling and rebellion. When you're winning, it's a lot harder to get people interested in fighting the party. But when you're down in the dumps and you're out of power and Trump is rampaging, it's easy to go out there and say, we could do way better. The Democrats suck. Why aren't they doing anything? I'll do everything. Vote for me. That's easy. So I believe this is just a narrow window that these guys are able to take advantage of right now. That's it.
No, but seriously, all jokes aside, think about where we're at right now in this movement. Think about what the DSA has been able to accomplish in a fucking state like Wisconsin. Think about that. The very fact that the media spent a great deal of time talking about Francesca Hong is a bad candidate all the way into the last day of the race. They had to muster so many powerful forces. They had to literally dust off Evers, who is in the death throes. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, he's not doing all right. I don't think he's healthy. They had to literally dust him off the shelf and trot him around the fucking state. No disrespect, you know, but it's kind of fucked up that they're doing that to the old guy. Yeah, we had y'all shook though. He's just like that, Law. Wait, really? He's normally like that? I thought he was like, no, but listen, I'm serious. Like, I need you to understand, like, they're going to talk big shit. Fuck them. We have one another. Let them chirp. They have no vision. They got no bitches. They got no movement. They got the electability argument. And ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, this is not a bad thing because let's be real. You know, Crowley still, if he wins, is going to defeat Tom Tiffany, and that's a good thing. Okay, I stand on that. Obviously, I wanted Francesca Hong to win, but that's still, you know, far from the worst result, right? He is relatively inoffensive, tame. I'm talking specifically about this primary. I'm talking specifically about, you know, this movement. But yeah, like I said, you always have to remember. You always have to remember where you were 2 years ago versus where we are now. And then think 2 years from now, there's a general election. It's going to be a presidential election. Every victory and even every single defeat is a very valuable data point, very valuable lesson to learn. So I like to say, look, being a leftist is about taking a lot of L's. And we have taken a lot of L's for the last 10 years. And look at us now. Look at where we're at now. Constantly fucking the media can't shut the fuck up about what we're doing. What DSA is doing, what left flank candidates are doing, what the insurgents are doing. We've clearly pissed off some of the most powerful figures in American society, if not the world. And that is because we're having an impact.
Damn. Here, here. Well, I definitely give credit to that wing of the party for making the most of the moment, but I believe it's going to be short-lived. In fact, I think a lot of those fans are going to be disappointed when they see what the actual DSA members do as well when they get into office. It's not going to be a big revolution and a revolt. I think they're going to play the game and try to do their job, which requires compromise and working with people just like Mamdani. Mamdani is working with Kathy Hochul. He's even working with Trump, you know, and he's going to be purity tested. It's not going to be good enough. You already see people upset. Why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? Play the Kansas video. No. Kansas ain't happening, guys. Okay. We're gonna watch the Meet the Press video next there. See what their breakdown was. I watched on YouTube but saw that lawn mower comment. Had to jump in on that. I don't know what that is. All right, I gotta get some more water and use the restroom, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this play though.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, where we have results from last night's most closely watched primaries. As the Democratic Party navigates divides between its progressive and establishment wings, it was a very late night for folks watching results in Wisconsin, where the establishment-backed David Crowley narrowly defeated Democratic socialist Francesca Hong in the governor's primary. Crowley's win comes after a wild primary that saw him leave the race before re-entering with the backing of Wisconsin's popular outgoing governor, Tony Evers. The race went so late that Crowley didn't deliver his victory speech until this morning, pitching a message of unity as he looks ahead to the November race against Republican Congressman Tom Tiffany.
We may not agree on every policy. We may not use the same labels. But we all want safe communities, strong schools, affordable health care, good paying jobs, and a brighter future for all of our children. And every one of us has something much bigger to unite around. And that is keeping MAGA extremism from bringing the chaos we see in Washington into our neighborhoods right here in the state of Wisconsin. From the very first day that I announced this campaign, I said the real threat wasn't any of my primary opponents. The real opponent has always been Tom Tiffany.
Following a unity event with Democratic leaders in Wisconsin, Crowley responded to criticism that the party establishment essentially pushed the progressive candidate out of the race. Here's what he said.
Look, as we move forward into this general election, this isn't establishment versus progressive. This isn't insider versus outsider. This is Democrats defeating a MAGA extremist and Congressman Tom Tiffany, and that's what we should be focusing on moving forward.
Meanwhile, in Minnesota, progressive Democrats did get the win they were looking for, with Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan dominating her race against Congresswoman Angie Craig. Speaking to supporters in Minneapolis last night, Flanagan pledging to earn the vote of Craig's supporters in the general election.
I will work my tail off to earn your votes and, most importantly, your trust. Because I need you in this fight. Minnesota needs you in this fight. We're not going to let them flip this seat. Minnesota is going to be part of Democrats taking back the Senate, holding Donald Trump accountable, and helping working people before billionaires and corporate special interests.
Get him, Peggy.
In both races, the defeated candidates also making an appeal for unity in the general election. Hong speaking in Madison before her race was officially called as Craig addressed supporters in St. Paul.
No matter who wins this primary, we're going to continue to fight for each other. We are going to collectively reject despair, and we are going to unite.
I ask you tonight to support and elect Peggy Flanagan as the next U.S. Senator from Minnesota. Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy, and Michelle Tafoya would be nothing more than a rubber stamp to his dangerous agenda.
We're also tracking some notable results on the Republican side, showing the potential limitations of President Trump's endorsement. In South Carolina, Senator Darlene Graham, Trump's pick to replace her late brother, Senator Lindsey Graham, on November's ballot, did not win the nomination outright. Instead, she will face Congressman Ralph Norman in a runoff later this month. But today, she did secure another key endorsement. South Carolina Senator and chair of the NRSC, Tim Scott, said he will back Darlene Graham, calling her the, quote, real deal, and saying he voted for her in yesterday's primary and will vote for her again in the runoff. And in Minnesota, State House Speaker Lisa DeMuth defeated the Trump-backed MyPillow founder and election conspiracy theorist Mike Lindell.
Please let this be the end of Mike Lindell, man. Can we move on from these nut jobs?
Joining me now is Charles Benson, chief political reporter at our Milwaukee affiliate, WTMJ. And with me on set, chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles and national politics reporter Bridget Bowman. Thanks to all of you for starting us off. Charles, I have to start with you. You have your own big board, only yours is in Milwaukee. Walk us through how David Crowley was able to pull off this win, and thanks for starting us off today.
Yeah, Kristen, great to be with you. This was a Hail Mary historic night for David Crowley, and let me show you why. When you look at the count in Wisconsin, you had nearly 800,000 people vote in the Democratic primary, and David Crowley pulls out a win with about 3,800 votes. Let me put that in perspective. There are 72 counties in Wisconsin, about 1,800 municipalities, 3,600 precincts. He wins by an average of 1 vote per precinct. If anyone ever tells you that, look, your 1 vote won't matter, tell them about the David Crowley story. So,
wow, what a way to put it. 3,800 precincts. He won by 3,800 votes. an average of 1 vote per precinct. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. How many young, excited voters forgot to go vote for Francesca Hong yesterday, man?
How did he do it? Well, he did it by winning a bunch of counties, almost 50 of them. Francesca Hong winning about 20 of those counties. When we zoom into some of the bigger counties here, let's look at the 2 big ones I'm going to talk about, Dane County, as well as, let me get this going here. Obviously not as talented here as Steve Kornacki, but let me look at Dane County, okay? Look at the numbers here. 152,000 people vote in Dane County. She pulls off a win with about 11,000. She runs up the scoreboard there. But let me go to Milwaukee County. This is the home of the county executive. He is also able to pull off some numbers here. He gets a smaller margin of about 2,400, but he puts it all together. The Hail Mary here is that he's the guy who was out of the race, jumps back into the race, gets the endorsement from the governor, and pulls off this Hail Mary win. It's historic because he is the first black nominee for governor in the state of Wisconsin. Kristen?
Pretty sure he'll be like the 4th black governor in America's history or something like that, right? Let me see. How many black governors have there been? Am I crazy? A total of 6 black individuals have served as a U.S. state governor in American history. Only 4 of these individuals were actually elected to the position, while 2 served in an acting or succession capacity. No black woman has ever served as a U.S. governor. So only 4 black men. Well, another article from 2022 says, oh, that's served. And there were only 3 back then in 2022. Okay, so only 4 black men have been elected to serve as a governor in U.S. history. This will be the 5th. That is crazy. Wes Moore was the 5th? No, I think he's one of the 4. Remember, the total is 6, including Wes Moore, but 2 of them did not get elected. They were acting, or they were in the line of succession.
Is historic and extraordinary, and the context you put it in is just so fascinating. 1 vote per precinct. I mean, it's just mind-blowing to think about it. So, Charles, look, this was a dramatic turnaround for David Crowley. As we've been saying, he dropped out of the race at one point. How critical was Governor Evers to his success? What kind of a role did he play?
Look, the governor is a popular 2-term governor, right? His polling numbers, at least on job approval, makes him the most popular politician in a battleground state. It's a divided state. We are red and blue and really purple on election night. His endorsement proved to be the key here. He had stayed on the sidelines, wasn't going to get involved, and felt when this change came about that he thought if he backed David Crowley, he was all in on David Crowley. It gave him the boost. It gave him the energy. It brought in people who were maybe undecided on this race. You know, look, 10 days before this, there were still 34% of the population in Wisconsin, or voters on the Democratic side, who were still undecided. So clearly, Tony Evers plays a role in helping getting David Crowley over the finish line.
It's just a remarkable race. We were all up late watching it. He's, of course, now facing off against Tom Tiffany in the general election. What will you be watching for from now until November?
Well, look, Tom Tiffany had an easy night, all right? So, yeah, he had a primary, but he was endorsed by Donald Trump, and that cleared the path for him to have an easy primary. And, Kristen, it also gave him a lane here to sort of define who he is. This guy from central Wisconsin, you know, he was a state lawmaker at one time. He's been in Congress, but he's had a lot of other jobs. He even refers to himself as a damn tender. It's a role that he had as a younger man. And so this is an important race for him from the standpoint, can he try to get the Republicans back in the win column when it comes to the governor's race? But look, normally, and you know this, on election night, this is big red in Wisconsin. Donald Trump did really well up in this area. And it's only down in the southeastern Wisconsin part of the state where this race can become sort of, can it be a blue county or a red county? He has his work cut out for him, as well as David Crowley. I think it will come down to independents. Democrats will line up with David Crowley. Republicans will line up with Tom Tiffany. But where will those independents be? I think they decide the outcome of this election.
Yeah, I think we will be watching them and you very closely. Charles, every bit as talented.
I think it's GG for Tom Tiffany. I mean, running in this environment as a MAGA Republican is already hard with the economy the way it is and the war in Iran and Trump's bullshit. Every day just gets worse and worse for these Republicans. And now that we have a generic Democrat on the ballot, it's almost a guaranteed win, which is awesome. And it's only 80-something days, like 84 days to the midterm. So what truly can happen in the next 2 months and 2 weeks? Probably not too much as far as like undermining Crowley's campaign. Figure most things would have come out by now. Republicans were just banking on Francesca Hong winning and preparing all their Oppo research and attacks. Doesn't seem like they have much to say about him.
Steve Kornacki, thank you.
And Tom Tiffany is just blah, uninteresting, nothing exciting.
Thank you so much for joining us from Milwaukee. It was so great to have you. All
Thanks
right,
for
Bridget,
having me.
thanks, Charles. Bridget, let me turn to you because one of the storylines last night had to do with turnout. Walk us through what kind of stood out to you from the turnout that we saw.
Yeah, this is the big story, too. Like, yes, the Republicans did not have a competitive primary, but for us to have turnout similar to 2020 presidential primary numbers, those people, they're not going to sleep. They're not going to brunch. They are pissed, and they came out for a primary. They're definitely coming out in November.
Yeah, so we saw some really big turnout last night. Huge jumps in turnout, actually, compared to some of the recent primaries in non-presidential years. That's usually when we see a drop off in turnout. That suggests that Democrats, as we've seen in primary after primary, they are very fired up and they're showing up to the polls too. But I think one of the interesting things about this surge in turnout that we saw is that it wasn't necessarily benefiting one candidate over the other. This race was so divided, just a few thousand votes that were decisive here. It suggests Democrats are still divided over what kind of candidate they want to see lead their party.
Yeah, I mean, the turnout in some of these races have been so astonishingly close. Bridget, just to remind people again, David Crowley dropped out of the race. Yes. And then he rejoined days later. And again, he got the backing of the governor, certainly significant. But what did this race come down to? How did he eke out that one vote per precinct all across the state?
You're right. This was so volatile of a primary. Folks dropping out, jumping back in, other folks dropping out. There are a lot of shifts just in the final week here as well. And Charles was referring to this, but I know there's been a lot of talk about polling in this race, right? But one of the more reputable surveys, the Marquette Law School poll, that was conducted in like late July, and it did show Hong with a big lead, but it showed that 34% number that Charles referenced, those voters who were undecided. So it suggests that this race came down to folks who were tuning in late and who were deciding very late, and a lot of those undecided folks shifted to Crowley when it was over.
And it was
I've said this a few times, but people jump in and out of the stream, so just the nature of streaming to repeat stuff. But yesterday, before the votes started coming in, I said there's a path for Crowley to win. I wasn't confident that he could do it, but I just wanted to lay it out to show people why this is not a done deal. We saw these polls. In fact, let me bring them up. Wisconsin, let's see. Polls. General election. Wisconsin Dem primary polls. Where are they? Primary latest poll. Oh. The
Missed an
polls.
opportunity to say subscribe and rewind.
Subscribe and rewind. Find the polls. I can't find the list of polls now. That's okay. Rending, thank you for the $2. Basically, the polls were showing like Hong plus 20, but if you looked at the polls, it was plus 25 over the next guy, and the next guy was like Crowley or Mandela Barnes at 17%, so she was around 40% of people saying they would support her in the polls, which she ended up getting around 40%. So the polls actually weren't off in judging her support. But what they screwed up was how much support Crowley was going to get. They couldn't really figure that out. And those same polls had like 20% support for Mandela Barnes, who dropped out a couple weeks ago. So you figure that was going to go somewhere. And then they also had, as she just mentioned, like 35% of respondents 2 weeks before the election saying they don't know who they're going to vote for. So there was always a path there for the numbers to add up and give Crowley a victory. And we also saw the Michigan Senate polls were way off as well. Remember, they showed El Sayed winning by like 17, and he ended up winning by less than 1%. So something was wrong. Something was off there. I'm as shocked as anybody that he won, but I understand. I can see how it worked out in the end. Is the sub badge a Pringle? No, that's my emote of me that somebody did. That's what that is.
Sixth night for President Trump's nominees.
Yeah, that's right. As Ryan knows from being in South Carolina,
which we're going to get to.
Senator Graham advanced her runoff, but fall short of that threshold. But we did actually see one of his preferred candidates lose in the Minnesota governor's race, with Mike Lindell, the former MyPillow CEO, losing there. But it's interesting. I wouldn't necessarily say this is an indictment on his popularity. He has an overwhelmingly successful endorsement record. Lindell didn't have any ads in this race, according to Ad Impact. He was way outspent. Republicans were divided. The state party actually endorsed a third candidate instead. But it's a reminder that it's tough for the president to translate some of his popularity to some of his preferred candidates, that his voters are fired up about him, but it's tougher to translate that.
Yeah. So
terrible sign for Trump. Two of his candidates did not do well. Mike Lindell going down in flames. What a horrific endorsement from Trump. I don't know why he did that.
Ryan, you're just back from South Carolina, and we're glad that your plane was on time, because here you are. Yeah. Let's talk about the Darlene Graham race. And now she's been endorsed by Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott, head of the NRSC. How significant is that? What could the implications be?
Yeah, I mean, I think first let's back up and talk about what was at stake here. This was a huge field. I mean, it was more than a dozen candidates. There were four very competitive candidates, two sitting members of Congress, a former governor, and Mark Sanford, in addition to Darlene Graham. So I think you could make the argument that President Trump's endorsement at least guaranteed Darlene Graham a ticket to the runoff, especially given the fact that she was not that well known outside of being Lindsey Graham's sister prior to this race. These next 2 weeks are going to be critical for her. And what we found being on the ground in South Carolina is that there is a degree of skepticism. Nobody doesn't like her, but they just don't know enough about her. And all they're riding on right now is the fact that she has a connection to her brother, who they liked, and that she has a connection to President Trump. There are a lot of skeptical folks, though, in South Carolina, worried that she might be a closet liberal, that she has no voting record for them to reflect upon. Her opponent in this runoff, Ralph Norman, is the exact opposite. He has a lengthy voting record, not just in federal office, but also in the state house as well. So that is going to be certainly a contrast that they have to choose from here over the next 2 weeks.
And that can sometimes be a double.
Yeah, I'm looking here. Wow, I thought they would have like a month until the election, but early voting starts on August 19th in 7 days. That's crazy. And when is the actual election? August 25th. Okay. So 2 weeks from yesterday. Wow, that is a quick process there. So Darlene versus, what's his name? Ralph Norman. 1v1.
double-edged sword. What does his path look like to victory if he does pull off a
It's
win?
a double-edged sword, and Ralph Norman's all over the place. You remember that he endorsed Nikki Haley in the 2024 primary. That's not something that President Trump has forgotten. It's probably one of the reasons he picked Darlene Graham. But he's also a bit of a rabble-rouser, right? He is one of these guys that votes no all the time in Congress, right up until the last minute when he votes yes. He had the same reputation in the state house. There are examples of votes that came down to only Ralph Norman being the only no vote. So there is a reputation here that he's not necessarily somebody that can always get something done. So I think that, Darlene Graham is in the pole position here to win this race, especially with President Trump's endorsement. It's not going to be easy, but these next 2 weeks are going to be a sprint to the finish for sure. Regardless, this is likely still a seat that Republicans will be able to hold on to in the fall election.
You a fan of runoffs? Not really. I think it's extra work. The goal with a runoff is to suppress the vote and be able to manipulate who the winner is. So not surprised to see it in a place like South Carolina. I also don't like the jungle primary here in California and Washington. Not a fan. Not a fan of people having to vote more times than necessary. I think it just kind of, it overwhelms people and it's annoying.
Just bring us up to speed, big picture. What's sort of the state of play when we think about the broader fight for control of Congress? Because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. The Democrats fighting to take back the House and the Senate.
Well, I will go back to this race in Wisconsin.
I think Hutch is on vacation on Monday. Hutch takes a lot of vacation, man. What a charm. What a nice life he's got there. I can't recall the last time I took a week off. What would I even do? I don't even know. I feel like every day is a vacation for me because I just do whatever I want during the day. I'm not really sure what I would even do. He's quiet quitting. I mean, he's never had more people watching him. I think so. He's doing very well and he's having fun. So, I mean, hey, whatever works. But he loves going on little trips and stuff. Good for him. I don't like exploring like that. I don't know. As me, the breadwinner, I don't know. I don't know who the breadwinner is in that household. I think he does just fine. I see all the super chats coming in. He's got like 2,000 people watching him on YouTube. He's doing great. I'm happy for him. You'll get your vacation on moving day. Yeah. Well, I'm just not interested in taking a vacation. I'm kind of sick where every day I take it easy. So I don't know. I don't feel the need to take anything else. I think taking vacation is important though for your, like, you learn how to navigate around a new city, you meet new people, you try new things. I think that's good for everybody, kind of unwind a little bit, but I don't know how to take a vacation.
And as an example of that being good news for Democrats in their House races, right? I mean, there are a couple of very competitive races in the House of Representatives where if Francesca Hong was the top of the ticket in Wisconsin, it would be a lot harder for Democrats to get over the finish line. I think of the Derek Van Orden district, for instance, which they believe they've got a real shot at winning back. In Minnesota, they've got a strong candidate in Peggy Flanagan. She is certainly more progressive, but she's not Francesca Hong progressive. And so Minnesota is a more liberal state. I think they feel comfortable about that race. But just all across the country, Democrats do feel pretty confident about their chances. I sometimes wonder if maybe there's some states that we're not paying close enough attention to. One that comes to mind, because I was just in the Carolinas, is North Carolina. We're kind of under this assumption that Democrats are just going to run away with this because Roy Cooper, the governor there, has a lot of momentum and is a strong candidate, and we're just not paying that close attention to it. Republicans will still have something to say there. So there's a lot we don't know leading into this election.
It's a great point.
I mean, Roy Cooper's been dominating in fundraising. He's been up double digits. Like, I just looked up Roy Cooper polls, and as of right now, he's got an 11-point lead over Michael Whatley, his Republican challenger. Nobody's concerned. He's a popular ex-governor. Seems like he's going to sail to victory there. And he's favored by 93% of Democrats. Like, there's no issue there. I don't think he's taking it easy, though. I think he's out there working as hard as anyone, but not the most exciting race. It would be a flip, though, which is awesome.
Bridget, what are you watching for from now until November?
Yeah, I'm curious how Democrats are going to try to come together after a lot of these. It's been a long primary season, a very divisive primary season in a number of cases. And so how are Democrats going to bring folks together? Are there any concerns about folks who didn't get their preferred candidate, that they might stay home? Seems like I said, there's indications there's a lot of energy on the Democratic side, but how are they going to make sure those folks still show up again in November? And as there's been a lot of attention on Democratic primaries, Republicans now have to deal with the general election dynamics of how do they navigate President Trump.
Yeah, I think we're in a strong position here. We got rid of our two biggest clowns. No offense to anybody who liked Francesca Hong, but you got to admit she was going to be a problem. That plus Graham Plattner. The worst they've got now are some DSA people who aren't even making that any noise, right? Like they're kind of they're not getting much attention right now, which is good. They're staying under the radar, and not really seeing anyone for the Republicans focus on besides El Sayed. I would say that's our weakest race, and boy, he could help himself and the rest of the Democrats by dumping Hassan and letting him go down, cutting that weight off. He would do himself a world of good if he did that, but it's up to him, man.
Cooper was already popular, but he really did the work for us after Helene.
Hell yeah. 8-track, thanks for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. I'm excited for North Carolina. That has kind of been a prize that we've been unable to win in the Senate. We've been, Josh Stein is awesome. Democrats have been in control of the top of government there for a while. I think the state legislature is still foobarred though, right? Due to gerrymandering. But boy, I would love to see North Carolina go the same route as Wisconsin and take that back away from the Republicans, because that's kind of like ground. That was also a very gerrymandered place as well, just like Wisconsin. So it's nice to see that Democrats are finally getting over the hump in North Carolina, because in 2022 got very close. What was that woman's name? She got within like 3% or something of winning. And people were saying if we just had a little bit more back then, we could have won that seat. But it didn't work out. So nice to see things clicking.
Just add to that, too. I think the one thing that I found in South Carolina, I think what Shaq found in Wisconsin, and Shaq Brewster, our correspondent there, is that when you talk to Democrats, they're engaged to vote.
Yes, they want to win.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they might have wrestled in the primary season. They know what they're going to do in the fall. And so there's every reason to believe that this is going to translate into them getting to the polls this November.
What do I think the generic ballot will be by November? I think it's 7 to 10. I think we're going to win by high single digits. Probably have like a 10-seat majority in the House, I hope. And I think there's like a 45% chance we take the Senate right now. We'll see. Bernie released a video about last night's primary. Did he talk about why he didn't endorse Francesca Hong?
Conversations with voters are just so important to understanding what's happening on the ground. Thank you so much, Ryan, Bridget. Really appreciate it. Great stuff, as always, coming up. I will talk to one of last night's big primary winners as the party calls for generational change. I'll talk to the Democrat who just ousted a 28-year incumbent. That interview is next. Plus, President Trump speaks for the first time.
All right. Let's see if we can find something else. Oh, this is the video you're talking
to
about?
Understanding what's happening.
Thanks very much for joining me. Last night, Tuesday night, Progressives won a major victory in the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's going to just talk about Minnesota because he was all in on Peggy Flanagan, so that was a big win.
Peggy Flanagan won the Democratic nomination for Senate with a blowout. She won by some 20 points. A week earlier, Dr. Abdul El Sayed won the Democratic nomination from Michigan for the U.S. Senate. And what is very interesting to me, I want you.
Wow, he just skips over Hong. why not give her some love? Hey, man, she ran a great campaign. She got very close to winning. I mean, what is with their abandonment of Francesca Hong? I still am shocked by this.
To know this. If you combine those two campaigns, Michigan and Minnesota, billionaire-funded super PACs spent over $80 million trying to defeat El Sayed and Peggy.
Yeah, and Tom Steyer spent $250 million trying to beat establishment candidate Javier Becerra, and he failed. So that's 3 times the money, Bernie. Anything to say about that?
Over $80 million, and they lost.
Over $250 million, and he lost.
We were able to win despite all of that massive spending. So what does it tell you? It tells you that not just in Michigan and in Minnesota, but all over this country. And I want everybody to remember that we have been winning elections, primary elections, general elections, for the last year. We won in New York City with Mamdani. We won congressional seats in New York State. We won in New Jersey, in Colorado, in Ohio, in Montana, in Pennsylvania, Arizona, California, and in the last week in Michigan, in Minnesota. So what's going on? What is going on? And I think the answer is not complicated. Working people all over this country are looking around them, and they understand increasingly that the economy is totally rigged. 60% of our people live in paycheck to paycheck. In America, people are struggling to put food on the table, pay for rent or mortgage, pay for health care, put aside a few bucks for a dignified, secure retirement, worried about their ability to send their kids to college, worried, in fact, that their kids may very well have a lower standard of living than they do, while the billionaire class has never, ever had it so good. You know, I remember when we were all in school.
The billionaire class. Tom Steyer was a billionaire running as a progressive. That never made sense to me. I'm going to hold that over people's heads till the end of time. Like, all the progressives got behind Tom Steyer. He claimed he would do something about billionaires, like the wolf running to run the chicken coop. Crazy. And no mention of Francesca Hong. I thought she did a great job. You know, yeah, she was a troubled candidate. She screwed up, but she almost won. As a DSA member, she almost won. How do you not celebrate that as Bernie Sanders? Like, the strange episode between Bernie and AOC and Francesca Hong just continues, man. I cannot make sense of this. Oh boy, oh boy. Why not give her props? Why not say, hey man, she got this close? Like, what a hell of an achievement. I mean, really, I tip my hat to her, and I didn't even want her to win. He can't even say her name. He can't even mention her. Even Hassan trying to defend Hong, rightfully so.
School, we studied the Gilded Age. Remember the Gilded Age of the time of Rockefeller and Carnegie and J.P. Morgan and Jay Gould and all those guys at the end of the 19th century? And everyone said, wow, how unequal society was. Gilded Age. Right now, inequality is much worse than it was in the Gilded Age. You got one guy, Mr. Musk, owning more wealth than the bottom half of American households, top 1%, owning more wealth than the bottom 93%. And the American people see that. And what they also understand is the reason the government is not acting to protect their interest is that many of the people in Congress are owned by the billionaire class and corporate interest as a result of a corrupt campaign finance system. And again, one of the extraordinary things about Michigan and Minnesota is that people saw the tens and tens of millions of dollars of TV ads and all that stuff. And they said, wait a second. If billionaires are trying to defeat people like El Sayed and Flanagan, maybe I'm going to stand with them. So, where are we right now? We're at a moment in history where we have the most dangerous president in the history of the United States of America. A guy who happens not to believe in democracy, happens to be an authoritarian, doesn't believe in the Constitution or the rule of law. A president who is a kleptocrat. He's made some $2 billion in personal wealth since he's been president in this term. Somebody who is a narcissist, who if he had his way, I think would name half the buildings in the country after himself. Somebody who lies all of the time. Somebody who campaigned on keeping us out of endless wars and then got us into this terrible war in Iran, which has killed thousands of innocent people and disrupted the economies in America and all over the world. So we got to keep.
You got it. We know Bernie. Well, I don't think there's anything else to be gained from this. It's Bernie just doing the same old script, which he's right, but like you got to change it up, man. You gotta mix it up, Bernie. Caroline Leavitt is leaving. Oh my God. Wonder what happened there. She claims she wants to spend time with her family. That's the classic, I'm not getting fired. I just want to enjoy time with my family. Bullshit. She's like 27 years old. Why would she want to spend time with her family? She want to be a trad wife? She lasted pretty long, though, like almost 2 years. Pretty long. Biden only had 2 press secretaries, which was fascinating. Trump had like 4 press secretaries in his first term, and one of them never, I don't even think she had a single press conference for like a year. She's 27? Yeah, she's in her late 20s. Let's see. How old is Caroline Leavitt? 28 years old. Just turned 28, too. Oh, no, she'll be 29 on August 24th in about 12 days.
President Trump announcing just moments ago that Caroline Leavitt will be leaving her role as the White House press secretary at the end of this month. The president taking to Truth Social saying that Leavitt will now serve as one of his, quote, top outside advisors. Joining us now is CNN White House correspondent Elena Train. Elena, what more can you tell us?
I hope Trump makes Stephen Chung the next press secretary. That would be awesome.
Yeah, look, I think this came as a surprise to many people, Pamela, and that's partly because this role, particularly under President Donald Trump, had been a tough one to fill. I'd remind you that Leavitt is one of the closest advisors. The president did say this in his post, but she is one of the closest advisors that he has. She's part of that very small group of really loyal people who have been with the president on the 2024 campaign trail. She also worked for him, I should note, during his first term when he was first in office, and has continued.
I mean, no offense to people in their late 20s, but how are you one of his closest advisors at like 27, 26 years old? That's weird. What do you bring to the table at that age to the president of the United
Rumor
States?
has it she was pissed that Trump got into the food cart and left her behind to get fired upon by Iran.
That's possible. She was in good company. It wasn't like Marco Rubio on that plane too. The decoy. Thank you, Don. Monica Lewinsky vibes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, what are you bringing to the table at 26 years old? I'm assuming, I think she was 26, 27 when she started. Like, I didn't know jack shit when I was that age. I was not one of anybody's closest advisors, nor did I have any business being. That just shows Trump's surrounded by useless people. Again, nothing wrong with being in your late 20s, but do you think that you should be one of the president of the United States of America's closest advisors? I don't think so.
You to be one of those people that goes into very sensitive meetings, is one of few people that actually knows what is going on at high levels in the West Wing. So it's a loss for the president. I'd also note the timing of this, which I think is pretty crucial. The White House is losing their chief messenger just 3 months before the midterm elections. Now, as for the
yeah, what's with the timing? That seems like terrible timing. Like 80 days before the midterms, you're gonna switch it up. Strange. Why not wait till the end of the year after and also the fact that there's no transition. It's like this is something that you would announce 2 months in advance and you start preparing the next person for. It's kind of a big position. Just bail in 2 weeks. Like, yep, here's my 2 weeks. I'm out of here.
reasoning for her departure. Both the president and Leavitt, who did post her own lengthy statement on social media, said it was because of her family. She did give birth recently to a daughter. She gave birth to her on May 1st. She only took about a month of maternity leave before returning. And I'll tell you, I have been speaking with some of my sources. When she was on maternity leave, the president, even then, was still frequently calling her and at times was asking when she was going to come back. So I think that just highlights the demanding role of press secretary for her to juggle with her two young children. She did confirm that the president had asked her, Pamela, to stay on as a top advisor to her. Of course, that would be a role that would be outside of the White House. It does seem that she's agreed to that, but it's a loss for this White House, particularly at a time, as I mentioned, when they're going to be in a very difficult period on messaging around the midterm elections with everything going on with the Iran war. To lose a messenger like Caroline. One last thing I want to say is I've been catching up with some staffers here since the news broke. It's not immediately clear, at least to some of the staffers I spoke with, who would actually replace her. So we're staying tuned for that. When she was out on maternity leave for the month of June, there wasn't really a real replacement. At times you had people like Marco Rubio or the Vice President, J.D. Vance, do a briefing, but not in the way that she has in the past. So I think that'll be a question for who will pick up the helm from Leavitt.
Yeah, and she says that the truth is, since returning to the White House after the birth of my daughter, I have felt in my heart that I cannot be the best mom my two young children deserve while devoting the constant time, energy, and attention required of the White House press secretary. All right, Elena Treen at the White House, thank you so much. My panel is back with us. What do you think?
So, very short notice, no replacement being floated. This sounds rushed and chaotic, which is standard operating procedure for the Trump administration, but just another L for Trump and his administration and the Republican Party. Not a sign of confidence.
I mean, you know, in one hand, it's not a surprise in the sense that she just had a baby. That is a tough job.
Hassan looks like he probably smells like your typical Euro greasy Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly trying to trick the polls with a double tap.
Euro greasy. Gotta be careful there, Mr. Wrinkle. Next thing you know, you're gonna make a dentist joke. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Look at Mark Kelly, third place. He's right there on Ossoff and AOC's heels, man. You guys have done it. Poor Pete dropping down to fourth. That's crazy. Wow, wow, wow. Shake up coming on the top of the board.
Juggle with two young kids. But on the other hand, she's been such a critical...
Maybe the Trump admin thought they went too far left, allowing the pregnant lady to go on maternity leave. Got a reminder that women deserve to be in the kitchen, not in the workplace.
Maybe, but I mean, it seems like Trump really likes her for whatever reason. So, yeah. Who knows, man? I think anyone's guess is valid at this point, but it seems rushed at the very least.
Part of this administration.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure Jen Psaki, Biden's first press secretary, gave...
I hope Laura Loomer is the replacement. Mark Kelly.
I'm pretty sure Jen Psaki gave ample notice, announces departure. Let's see. Jen Psaki officially stepped down as White House press secretary on May 13th after serving 15 months. She announced May 5th. Okay. Well, I guess that kind of changes how I feel about it then, because I wouldn't accuse Jen Psaki of, running into problems. But yeah, she was gone within like a week and a half. So, okay, maybe it's normal. Don throwing some bits at Mark. Yeah, he's pretty close. 45,796. Next, Ossoff's at 48,396. So about 2.5 between them. Public announcement. I think it was public with Jen Psaki. Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge loss for the White House and President Trump. I remember a few months ago, there was a
Look who it is. Jasmine hosting C-SPAN this morning.
cabinet meeting or they were in the cabinet room, excuse me, and the Hungarian president was there, and he asked if Caroline Levitt could come work for him, and Trump said, please don't leave us, please don't leave us. It was a joke at the moment, but it was indicative of how close Caroline Levitt is to Donald Trump. I mean, I know as a reporter, I would go and ask Caroline questions, and she'd either say, let me go ask the president, or she would say, I was actually in the room at that moment, or I was with the president just a moment ago. So she was constantly in the Oval Office with the president, seeing what was going on. Elena's right. She's one of the closest aides. I would say, though, just in terms of her being a mother, I remember back when she had her first baby, she didn't actually really take any maternity leave because it was the Butler shooting that happened right after she gave birth. And so she came back to work. And so she really hasn't had a lot of maternity time when she was with having two young babies. And so this is a huge loss. And of course, the question of who can replace her is a huge one that looms over. That was a question that we had for her maternity leave that was never answered. And so obviously, perhaps now we get a question or whether they'll replace her at all.
Yeah, how do you see the timing of this announcement?
Or whether they'll replace her at all. Can you imagine? No press secretary for 2.5 years? I don't think it matters much. One last person lying to the American people. But this position is a nasty position, man. Like, Trump lets these people lie like they're breathing up from that podium. So I could go without a press secretary. They tend to be nasty people when it's Republicans. But that would be pretty interesting if he leaves the position vacant.
But Mike, I'm so close to the midterms.
Well, I'm very surprised by it, because generally when you have a transition from one press secretary to the other, you've got somebody waiting in the wings, or maybe a deputy that can step in, and we saw for the period of time that she was on maternity leave that there was just a rotating cast of characters that would come in to do the briefings. I guess the one thing I would say, this is the one time in politics where I truly believe someone when they say, I want to spend more time with my family. I mean, generally, it's kind of a joke in Washington. You say that when somebody has to leave.
My hope is we
that's
get Judge Janine standing on her wine box as press sec. Please, gods above and below, grants us the sloshed judge.
Boy, he's fighting for her job over in the U.S. Attorney's Office.
I think in this case, it's probably right. And I'd be surprised if there was more to that. More to it than that, but she's going to be missed.
I'm just wondering, just given your experience, having been the former communications director for Trump, I mean, how difficult of a role is it to fill?
It's
when you have someone like Trump who likes to be so.
Well, he is obviously his best press secretary. Right. It's a very difficult role to fill, and the fact that she's been there almost through the 2 years of this term is a testament to her, really, because it is a very difficult role to fill.
Congressman Walkinshaw, how do you see it? And do you concede that she has been an effective messenger for this administration?
Well, I agree with Mike. I mean, to me, it rings perfectly true that this job is an absolute killer on family life. So I think she's sincere in stating that. I also agree with Mike that it's a tough job. It's a job where, to be Donald Trump's spokesman, you have to willfully deny reality on a daily basis. And she's done that repeatedly. This week, she said Donald Trump has made life in America more affordable. She said the so-called big, beautiful bill reduced the deficit. She said lie after lie after lie in front of the American people. And I think her legacy will be one of further degrading the relationship between the White House and the press. She banished the AP because they refused to go along with Donald Trump's silly renaming of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I don't think any of that is good for our democracy, that degradation of that relationship, and that will be part of her legacy.
She also created the seat for new media, but haven't heard anything about that in a while, right? We saw like Tim Pool and some other clowns fill that seat, but never was really able to get much going with that.
Do you agree with that, Jasmine?
Well, I am somebody who sat in the briefing room time and time again, asked her multiple questions. At times, we've gotten into an exchange that would go viral because of the way that she responded. And so I think that her relationship with the press, when you look back at it in 2 years or 5 years, is going to be an interesting one. I will say, though, that she made herself available at the White House. Yeah. Now, of course, I will acknowledge that they did close upper press, which is where the White House press secretary and the communications director go before this administration and the first year of this administration, you could walk into upper press and really go talk to them at will.
Terrible.
And now,
awful.
For whatever,
Wish we had done it years ago.
for me, it was great. So they closed that. Yeah, okay. So they closed that, so they made an appointment based. That was a different note. But she did make herself very available via calls, texts, and all those things. And for a reporter reporting on the White House and needing someone to talk to, that is an advantage. Now, of course, the relationship with the press and the role of the press inside the White House and her relationship to that will be certainly under scrutiny.
Yeah, but I also want to say there was a difference between her outward persona, like at those press conferences. You know, so it's so much a show.
Yes.
It has been historically, and in this case with this president, it is. But there is a difference
Which
behind the
blonde
scenes
from
with her.
Fox and
Yeah,
Friends
agree.
will we get as press sec? Mark Kelly for the win.
I have no guess who would replace her. Honestly, no idea. Honestly, Stephen Chung is my only guess.
She is very different behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that this White House really feeds on this antagonistic relationship with the press. They want it to be combative. Donald Trump wants to see folks in his corner really fighting for him and what he feels is unfair press coverage, which he feels that the press consistently gives him. And so that is her role up at the podium, whether people like it or not. And I know a lot of people do not like it, but that is a role in which she sees is the best way to serve the president. But behind the scenes, it was a little bit different.
Yeah.
The only other thing I would just add is that I think it's so interesting. I think about this announcement in conjunction with actually AOC talking about freezing her eggs as two things that actually like pair very interestingly together. It is two young, very influential, very good communicator women in politics having very frank and public conversations about how you juggle that kind of a role, that kind of power, that kind of influence, and the demands of it with the demands of motherhood, and that we may be living in a world where you cannot in fact have it all and tough choices have to be made. And I admire both of them for making the choices that are right for them and doing so in public.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I think that's important to recognize. I remember seeing her after she came back from maternity leave recently. She had the bassinet in her office, and I remember thinking how tough that must be to juggle one of the most demanding jobs in the world and having a little baby and another child. And
Oh my, like, yes, in general, I would agree. And I think this is a tough job, but she's just going up there and lying her ass off. Like, give me a break, man. I can't stand the glazing of Caroline Leavitt of all people. How hard is it to lie? I'm sure it's a full-time job. It takes a lot of work to get your story straight, but I mean, come on. You're giving her credit for working hard to lie and mislead this country. I don't want to hear that shit, you know? Like, I'm sure there's serial killers out there that meticulously plan their crimes. Like the guy who did the Iowa murders, sounds like he put a lot of work into his planning, you know, driving there and ordering stuff and turned off his phone and all that. And, you know, he really tried to get away with it, but I don't want to sit around and talk about that. You know, like, why would you glaze him for that? Like, damn, creative guy, really put in a lot of work before he killed those 4 kids. Give me a break. Made himself available, yeah. Let's see what's going on with the loser point of view here. Anything interesting? They're still crying about Fauci. Talking about Trump hiding in a catering box. Mamdani. This is the biggest train wreck 10 hours ago. I see Crowley is going to be on CNN tonight, but that probably won't be available till tomorrow. So keep that in mind. See what's going on MSDNC. Let's see.
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Oh,
Bleach
big.
blonde, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Oh, what now?
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bad built, bad built body. Bad butch body.
Hot in here.
Bleach blonde, bad butch body. Bad bleach blonde, bad butch body.
Up for president. The next decade needs someone planning for it, not managing the last one.
Damn. Nevis waltzing over to YouTube to drop $100 super chat. Those are some big points right there for AOC. Nevis has never wavered from his support of AOC. She's starting to gain, you know, a lot of sympathy coming out for her breakup. I don't think she's acknowledged it and freezing her eggs, but it'd be interesting to see what happens with her over the next 2 years here. She's at the top of the list in the polls, so she's doing something right. Hell yeah. Thank you, Nevis. That's huge, man. Look at that. AOC taking a commanding lead in our monthly poll now. That's going to keep her up there for a bit. That's for damn sure. Tim on Bulwark echoed IRI's Fetterman opinion. Hell yeah. Encouraging people to be friends with him. Damn. No, that's huge, man. I appreciate that. We had a bunch of support yesterday, last couple of days. You guys have been popping off, man. That's awesome. I don't even have to beg like Hassan. I just have a community that gives a damn. It's part of the strategy, though, to just break as much shit as they can, so we have to spend all of our time cleaning it up. I agree. But I'm with Nevis in the sense that, like, somebody like AOC isn't just going to go in and do things, you know, like, oh, you know, she would run things a lot differently. Let's just put it like that. And the good news is we have a lot of great candidates. That's the good news. Sam Cedar on MS Now? The hell?
On these primary elections across 6.
Sam Cedar? That's interesting. I'm so excited for the midterms to get here. I mean, it's how many days to the midterms? Let me Google that. How many days until the midterm? Survey says 83 days until the 2026 midterms, November 3rd. I think we are in the final sprint here. It's going to fly by. And once the midterms are over, you're going to see a whole bunch of energy for the Democrats. It's going to be exciting. People are going to be fired up. And then you're going to start to see announcements for 2028. And then we have a whole year of these guys campaigning, with South Carolina going first in early 2028. I mean, it's about to get real exciting. He was a correspondent for MSNBC at one point. I see. Yeah, I'm ready to shake off the Kamala and Biden funk. And I'm excited for all of America to find out about these great Democrats that we are about to have and that we already have, and watch the Democrats kick some ass in the House. There's always a chance we lose, but I think every day our odds get better and better. I don't know how long I'll stay here tonight. We were on pretty damn late yesterday, so probably not the worst idea to try to keep it short. Why Democrats have a brand problem? Who was in this video?
3 months until.
Al Sharpton. Thought maybe they'd have an interview with somebody there.
Sam is casting shade on libs as usual on MS Now.
Yep, that's his bread and butter. Shit on the Democrats. That's for sure. How did Kyle Kalinske take last night's L? Joe Scarborough has red-faced frothing meltdown at Hassan. Abdul hit job backfires. Hannity panics and rages out as Dem Socialist says tax the rich. Doesn't have a video about it yet. He's uploaded 18 videos today. Probably still working on his quota of 28 videos a day here. Nothing yet. What do you guys think? Am I missing anything here? Are there any good videos that I should be checking out? I don't know. Somebody was saying Bernie was on Majority Report, but I already saw a clip from that, and it's Bernie just saying, we don't have the resources to invest in all these different races, which to me is such bullshit, because this is one of the few people representing socialism on the national stage in Francesca Hong, and you're going to tell me that you're not going to get involved in that? You're just going to leave her to her own devices? I mean, come on. That's weird. It's going to hurt your movement. Major new forecast. It's called Dem Election Results on Kyle's channel. So he did put a video? I missed it. Oh, are you talking about this video? 30 minutes.
All right.
Inspire, thank you for using your Prime on Twitch. I appreciate that, man.
Welcome to the show, y'all. Happy Wednesday. Hope everybody out there is having a phenomenal day. I'll say one thing. I'm tired, bro. And I'm tired because last night the elections went way too late. But nonetheless, we got the results. We're here. And there were multiple shocking results. Okay? There were shocking results in the sense that the Bernie candidates, who were supposed to have close races, absolutely dominated against their opponents. But there was also a shock result in the sense that the center has struck back. And Francesca Hong, who was supposed to cakewalk to victory, actually lost. So we'll talk about all of that. I have all the election results, and it's some amazing stuff. So prepare for that. We also have, later on.
All right, let's skip ahead here. Jay Coles with the Prime sub on Twitch. Thank you. Appreciate it. Very cool.
Spent against him, and he...
So let's see. What's this? Peggy Flanagan. Huh?
Terrorized by this rogue gang of criminals. Okay? And Angie Craig was out there going,
Right. Still talking about Minnesota. Some Abdul stuff. Bernie and AOC are directly responsible for Hong's loss. Okay, here we go.
Props to him winning this shit. And by the way, it's over for the left. Collapse is imminent. Full centrist mandate. And of course, he's responding to a piece here from Politico that says, the far left hits a wall. It's a crazy thing to say, especially because the DSA candidates and the left-wing candidates, they won the majority of their elections. Now, I'm not trying to take anything away from David Crowley at all. You know, props to him winning this shit. And by the way, you 100% should support him over the MAGA candidate. That's not even a question, okay? But it's a strange thing to pretend like, oh, you know, the left is cooked now when we won the majority of our races. And not only won them, but the surprise was we won them by the massive margins that we did. Okay, so you do have plenty of people on the left now who are very pissed off at Bernie and AOC because with a race that close, it is very clear if Bernie and AOC or just Bernie or AOC endorsed Hong, she would have won and she probably would have won comfortably. Okay, so Nathan Roberts.
Yeah, so I'm really interested to hear the analysis from guys like Kyle on why Bernie and AOC didn't endorse. We've heard Bernie and AOC say they have limited resources. I call bullshit. And that they don't usually endorse outside of congressional races. Again, bullshit. So I'd like to see some criticism of that from people like Kyle.
Robinson says Bernie and AOC are directly responsible for Hong's loss. Instead of making the case for democratic socialist politics and getting more service workers like herself into office, AOC threw Hong under the bus as, quote, crazy woke one. Bernie pretended he didn't know her. Nathan also says, I can't believe people are really talking about AOC as a left presidential contender when on the eve of a critical primary, she decided to produce a totally irrelevant news story about her parenting choices instead of backing the socialist.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
So there's some real anger out there. Nathan J. Robinson also says, if you want to make
this guy's pissed.
The argument that they should have deliberately tanked a socialist gubernatorial campaign that was likely to prevail in the primary because you share the electability narrative, well, make that case. But let's be honest, that they tanked her.
Wow. I mean, it did play into the electability argument, which that bleeds over to other leftist candidates, right? Like, part of the electability was just her being a DSA member and supporting those policies, not just her hating on Thanksgiving, though I'm willing to bet a lot of DSA people hate Thanksgiving for the same reason.
So that's my guess. I mean, their dodge was like, oh, we're not going to get involved in a state race. We're more interested in, like, you know, what's happening at the federal level.
Their dodge, interesting language.
So like Congress and the U.S. Senate. I believe that was their dodge. But my guess is, I think they felt like she was definitely going to lose the general, and they didn't want to have a massive L on their side here. And so they were like, let's just punt on it and not say anything. And she ended.
I don't know how that's acceptable. Again, it doesn't change my opinion of Bernie and AOC. I still like them, especially AOC. Like, there's so many positive things about her. And I say this every time, so I don't want to, like, this isn't a bashing AOC session, but it is a strange move that they're acting like Bernie and AOC are acting like they can just pretend this race wasn't happening and ignore it and just avoid any involvement. I don't even know how they came to that conclusion that, like, they can just stay out of it. Very odd.
Ended up losing the primary. But I think they feared that, with the news cycle for a week or two where they were just relentlessly hitting Hong over old tweets. I think Bernie and AOC were like, we think there's more oppo coming out against her that's definitely going to sink her in a general, and we don't want to put our name to that. That's
because here's the thing. Every single DSA candidate is going to have cringe tweets like that. In what world is there going to be a prominent DSA candidate moving forward who wasn't saying cringe stuff in 2020? I think it's an impossible challenge. That they all were saying this stuff because that's where the conversation was, especially in those circles. So unless somebody out there was not on social media and has no public record and has recently joined DSA and felt like that, I feel like 99% of their future candidates are going to suffer from this same problem. So why not find a way to deal with it now?
My guess. Now, having said that, it's also like, how do you view your job as a left-wing politician? Like, there's people like Ro Khanna, for example, who, like, he doesn't care what his batting average is. He's just going to go, this person more aligns with me, I will support them. Basically, like, anybody who he would theoretically vote for if he lived in the district, he'll tell you, I want this person, right? And I don't know, my perspective is, I'm more of that philosophy, where, if you're a politician, if you have this power, why not just tell everybody who the closest person to you ideologically is in a given primary race? And I don't know why people think it's such a big deal that even if you say, hey, I like this person and I would endorse this person, and they end up losing, nobody actually blames you. Like, that's not a thing that happens. Like, think of
exactly. Like, I don't think it would hurt Bernie and AOC to have endorsed her and she loses in the general and people go, oh, well, there you go. AOC and Bernie, they're at fault. I think the same things would have been blamed.
All the Democratic candidates that Barack Obama has endorsed in general elections, and then they've gone on to lose. And, like, literally nobody holds that against Barack Obama and acts like, that's the issue with him, or like he's electoral kryptonite. No, he's still, by the polling, the favorite politician of the people in the U.S. He's the most liked politician in the U.S., according to polling. And he's endorsed and missed, like, countless times. So it doesn't really matter that much. I don't know why you wouldn't just say, yeah, like, I support Hong. She's closer to me ideologically. But anyway, there's a lot of anger out there today at Bernie and AOC because we would have had yet another left-wing sweep if they had gotten involved, and they chose not to get involved. Only they can say why they didn't get involved. My speculation is that they thought for sure she was going to lose the general election. All right. Then, now let me show you this. So there's a little bit of stop the steal type posting on the left right now, if I'm being honest with you. So they say, this is fishy as hell, and why people have no faith in our elections. The reason it took so long for Wisconsin to report the results in last night's Democratic primary is that 5 USB sticks didn't have the election results, so they had to go back to the operations center and re-download the votes. They blamed human error. Hong must demand a recount. So here's what they said. So it did take longer than what everybody expected it was going to take. And here is the explanation that we got.
What we uncovered was that 5 of the sticks had the audit log downloaded and not the results. It's a human error. These things can happen. So basically what we need to do is go back to the operations center and we're going to download out of those 5 machines the results and make sure that it's not the audit log. So we have the reports printed from the first download. We're going to reprint and start the process so that we can.
This is what they want, guys.
Come on, not election denialism. Well, this is Frankenstein's monster, man. You know what I mean?
Compare those results. We invite you to come join us. The police department will come with us too. And so we'll re-download those results and then send them back here to be uploaded.
5 machines are an issue?
Correct. Not the machines, the sticks. So the download process was, the audit log was downloaded, not the results.
Out of how many sticks?
9.
And so you will only be reviewing those 5 sticks?
Correct.
But we can't know all of the results and we can't see these 4.
Roe is just likes to bandwagon, that why I don't trust him.
Damn. Roe's interesting. I still like Ro Khanna a lot. He's done some performative stuff, like when he went to the West Bank recently. Notice how everyone stopped talking about that very quickly. I think Roe's heart is in the right place. I think his heart's in the right place. Very interested to see what he does over the next 6 months, shall we say.
All right, so you do have some Stop the Steal posting among lefties who are going, yeah, I don't know, that's kind of fishy, and she was up like double digits in every single fucking poll, and then now, like, oh, there's a hiccup, and it takes longer than usual, and you need to re-download the USB shit. Like, so there's some people who are talking about that. Other people are saying that perhaps this was the moment that changed the course of the Wisconsin Democratic primary for governor.
No. Crowley was ahead all night. They were duking it out by a few thousand votes all night long. This was the knockout blow. I wish this disruption didn't happen, but human error is a thing. But this did not, like, change anything. And Francesca Hong isn't contesting the results.
Because Francesca Hong, look, as somebody myself who is a well-known shit poster and have been at least since I started this show in 2012, probably even earlier than that, as a well-known shit poster who has many cringe tweets in my past, right? I'm sympathetic to Hong because Hong, I mean, that was like her Achilles heel, is like all these fire-ass shit posts that she put out there when she didn't think she would ever run for office or anything like that. And a lot of them came back to bite her in the ass. And of course, the media hyper-fixated on these old posts of hers. And, you know, it became an issue.
Donald Trump says, see, I told you guys.
Yep. That's the thing is a lot of those right-wing talking points bleed over to the left. I remember in 2016, all the hatred for Hillary, a lot of that came from Trump starting shit.
And she didn't handle it the best way possible. So one of the things, apparently she said like, fuck Thanksgiving or like cancel Thanksgiving or something like that. And so here she is on CNN and she's asked a question about it. And you determine how well she handled this.
You know, you talked about your past positions that he keeps highlighting and, you know, obviously likely would continue to do so before November should you win. One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621.
Oh boy.
Bad built butch body. Baby girl. Peach wine, bad built butch body. Oh, what now? Peach wine, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bad built, bad built body. Bad butch body. Peach wine, bad butch body. Bad peach wine, bad butch body.
Self-banning myself for my last super chat. I'm hoping not a permanent ban, but we'll do 30 days, so I can do some self-reflecting. Just want to see MTG work out one more time.
What? I don't know what happened there with Mr. Wrinkle, but I hope you figure it out, buddy. We'll be here. We'll be here if you decide to come back, okay? Thank you for the $100 super chat. That is huge, man. These guys are popping off. We'll leave the porch light on for you, buddy. We'll be here. Come on, you got the midterms coming up. You're going to leave now? What the hell? Where are you going to go? Things are just getting good.
The post has been deleted. Republicans have been highlighting it. Do you still believe that
She says, if it takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonialism and the original super spreader event that killed indigenous folks and women, so be it. Okay, so that's what she posted. Let's see her.
The original super spreader event. Yeah, I mean, this is just cringy stuff, man. And the way to handle this is just to own it and be like, yeah, that was kind of cringe. I would not say that the same way now, but here's what I meant by that. I mean, that's what Tallarico's done a great job at, and nobody bugs him about any of his old stuff anymore.
Thanksgiving should be
But
canceled?
she did a horrible job, sadly.
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. You know, I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve. And the position that I'm running for right now, and I think my background as a chef, will actually help me become a better governor that's able to bring more people to the table.
That's not a good answer. Come on. I see what she's trying to say there. Like, I'm just trying to make people aware of other opinions and where people are coming from, and I can bring people together, but come on. Just say, look, my bad. I would just say, I love Thanksgiving, man. Okay? I love getting together with family and friends, and I don't know. Actually, I have no idea what I would say. I'm a chef. That's not it, though, yeah. Like, you're not addressing the meat, no pun intended, of the message there.
I wish I was there to give her advice, bro. Because I would tell her, all you have to say is, of course I'm not going to cancel Thanksgiving. I'm shit posting, right? And by the way, the deeper point she made there was a point me and Corin have talked about on Kyle and Corin. That, like, let's stop pretending like Thanksgiving isn't the fakest motherfucking holiday in the world. Acting like...
Oh, my God, Kyle, you two do not go after Thanksgiving. I don't understand the Thanksgiving hate. I get the angle with the mistreatment of Native Americans, but most Americans do not associate Thanksgiving with slaughter of Native Americans. They just see it as time to get together with family and eat good food and hang out. Like, it's not the moment to make a stink, you know? Like, you want to go after Columbus Day, saying we shouldn't have a federal holiday for this guy who caused problems and we've learned a lot more about him. Okay, you're still going to lose a lot of people with that, but it's not like people get together and do much for Columbus Day. It's just kind of a day off for most people. I don't think they're going to freak out, but come on. Like, let's not ruin Christmas and Thanksgiving here. Like, let's just accept that people have turned it into something totally different, and
It is a
leave it alone.
cultural ritual at this point. You shouldn't talk about it.
Right.
It doesn't need to be talked about. We all get it.
Yeah, like, it sounds stupid, but we already have a problem with patriotism on the left because of some loud, weird voices that get a lot of attention because of the way social media works. So we're already accused of being less patriotic than the right and hating America, which is bullshit. But you know how it is. The loudest voices get attention. And so this is the last thing we need on the left, especially for like a DSA socialist candidate, to be seen as hating on Thanksgiving, because most Americans are going to say, oh, so you hate America. It's like, hating on the American flag. It's like, oh, so you don't like this country. You hate America. It's like, no, I think the flag stands for oppression and violence, and I can't get behind. It's like, okay, bro. All right. Nobody wants to hear your lecture about Thanksgiving or the flag. Find a different way. Find another way to go about your goal there. His solution is just to bullshit. Yeah, and that I would just be like, look, I said that a couple years ago. I was hanging around with some different people, and I love this country so much. I love Thanksgiving, and I was just trying to raise awareness about.
Roe did 39K trades and $640 million trade volume in office.
I'm just trying to raise awareness. I did it in a clumsy way. But I love Thanksgiving, and I've celebrated every year, and I will continue to do so moving forward. And I don't know, something like that. Roe did 39,000 trades. I don't think Roe is super rich, so I'm not sure. I would be curious to know the details on that.
Like what? The people who came here and committed genocide were holding hands and singing Kumbaya with the victims of said genocide? Like, no, that's fucking horseshit. Of course it's horseshit. So, like, that deeper point is true, right? But you don't even need to address that. All you need to say, of course I'm not going to fucking cancel Thanksgiving. What are you, crazy? No, of course I'm not going to. I'm shit posting. By the way, the overwhelming majority of millennials can attest to the fact that we all shit post. We've all done it. At some point, the fever's going to break with...
Also, Kyle is the ultimate armchair quarterback.
Pete Buttigieg getting some love. Yeah. Kyle does not put his money where his mouth is, right? He did a little bit with his Justice Dems, but I don't know what the hell he's doing now.
This like, oh, your old posts are coming back to haunt you. At some point, when every politician that's in there is of a certain age, everybody's gonna be, yeah, that's what we did, is we said wild ass shit online. Like, we had no money, we had shitty jobs, the country's falling apart. Like, yeah, we go online and we talk shit. Like, who gives a fuck? That's what we do. Like, that's more, you gotta kind of come with that energy, not like, I don't know, this answer was not good. And some people say this is where like the race turned, because as soon as it got national attention, literally all of the national attention was all of the mainstream media outlets ripping her apart relentlessly. By the way, not talking about what she's 100% correct about, which is we need a moratorium on data centers. We need Medicare for all. I mean, you go down the list on her policies and she's there. She's like 100% with it. But
you see, what Kyle's missing, though, is this is the core of who she is in the eyes of of her fellow Americans. You know, like, it is unhinged to go after Thanksgiving.
Hey, just on break at my job. Thank you for helping the time fly.
Robo Cheez-Its, thank you for the $5, man. Glad you could tune in, bro. That's awesome. This is why, like, people shrugging this off are going to continue to lose. As stupid as it sounds, people take this as an assault on America. Like, you hate Thanksgiving, you're going to lead to the downfall of America. Because what are all these people concerned about when it comes to socialism? They don't know what socialism is. They're concerned about losing the America they know. They're concerned that they're going to be forced to wear a dress and use they, them pronouns and get gender affirming care when they're children. They're concerned that they're going to have to allow men in women's bathrooms. But they're not, to them, it's America changing is scary and they don't want to lose it. And so when you attack Thanksgiving, you might as well spit on America in their eyes. And so for Kyle to kind of dismiss it, as childish and stupid as the topic is, it kind of gets right to the core of the problem people have with these socialist people, that they're scared they're going to change everything. Like, nothing's out of bounds. And it's embarrassing to have to engage in a debate about that and a conversation with people, but it is what it is. She just made 1 million Thanksgivings, right? I think it gives us a great opportunity on the left to push back, though, and go, we love Thanksgiving. We love America. This is why I fly the American flag. I think we need way more patriotism on our side to offset the negative vibes that are being amplified by Republicans to try to make us look anti-American, because it's not about socialism. It's about these people hate America. They hate you. They hate your way of life. They hate the way we live the way we live. And so we need to like overcompensate with patriotism to offset those negative feelings. We need to have gratuitous displays of patriotism, and not pushing back on a Thanksgiving Day hater is a misstep by her and the people who supported her. They should have been out there talking about how much they love Thanksgiving. As long as my skirts can still have pockets, yeah, you'll be all right.
But of course, they hyper-focused on this sort of shit, and that could have ended up tanking her. However, there's also this, and she deserves a lot of criticism for this. In fact, this is something I touched on not that long ago, too. And apparently the advice wasn't heeded, but many insurgent progressive candidates don't like to run TV ads for some reason. But Francesca Hong's flop is another strike for the ground game is greater than TV ads theory. Notable that Zoran started surging in the primary when he got on TV. Okay, so Ilhan Omar was just up for election yesterday. She crushed. She did phenomenal, right? But the election before that, Ilhan almost lost. And the reason she almost lost is because she didn't run any TV ads. There's been a number of left-wing candidates who completely forego any TV ads, and they say, like, it's all about ground game, it's all about knocking on doors and shit like that. I don't know where this brain virus came from. I hate to tell you, but the entire older generation is glued to their motherfucking TV, and they vote at a much higher rate than younger people do. You need to run TV ads. Shit, I'm a millennial. I'm 38 years old. I got my motherfucking TV on in the background all the goddamn time. Okay? Stop with this nonsense. If you're on the left, run TV ads. Run TV ads. I know we're at a permanent money disadvantage. Everybody knows that. But you have to be smart and use those funds, at least some of those funds, to run TV ads. I'm sorry, it's a necessity. You know?
I have never heard of this criticism before, that further left candidates are not running ads. Obviously, I've heard a debate about, is it useful? Should we be running digital ads? Should we be reaching people in different areas? But this is the first time I've ever heard someone blame not running TV ads on losing an election. I've never heard that before from this wing of the party. It's like they come up with a new excuse every single time. Do I think she probably could have used some more TV ads? Probably. I don't know how, like, what she spent on it. I mean, was it zero? Was it just not enough? Let me see. How much did Francesca Hong spend on TV ads? And I also never heard of her struggling to raise money. Never heard anyone mention that. 8 days ago, I see some random article. Hong spends nothing on traditional TV buys as GOP groups boost her Dem primary. In all, Hong has spent $300,000 on anything related to paid media, from consulting fees to graphic design to newspaper ads. Wow. So she put $150,000 into online ads as of 8 days ago, according to this article. David Crowley reported $572,000 in media expenses, including $400,000 on TV. So, I mean, really, are we saying, like, her opponent who won, he spent $400,000 on TV? Now, I know that there were some super PACs running ads and stuff like that, but again, I never heard any complaints about the money. You know, like, this is the last day or so from Hassan and now Kyle is the first I've heard about TV spending was a huge issue. It would have made a difference, I assume. I mean, if your opponent is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in a medium and you're not present, then you're gonna run into some trouble, right? Like, you got to fight everywhere.
Back hair a beach stare, and all I saw and heard were stare ads on TV and radio.
TTS butchered their names. Becerra beat Steyer, and all I saw and heard were Steyer ads on TV and radio. Yeah, true. That is true. Good point. But I mean, it sounds like she was not on TV at all. I mean, that sounds like a bit of a blunder. One of the pod Johns also harped on the paid ads issue. I'll have to look more into it because I've never heard this before, but okay.
Maybe we can come back and revisit this conversation 20 years from now, and maybe in 20 years from now, you don't no longer have to do it. But right now, you have to fucking do it, okay? So I can see any of a number of things changing ever so slightly that could have fixed this race for Hong and made it so she won. Whether it's an AOC or a Bernie endorsement or both, or whether it's the national media not going crazy over her old tweets, or whether it's running a bunch of TV ads. So really, it was the perfect storm where she ended up kind of tanking herself here. All right, now let's talk about her opponent, David Crowley. So this guy, let's be clear, the only reason this guy really won is because, all the focus on Francesca Hong and her old tweets made some people think like she's general election cancer in the sense that she's going to lose. She's going to lose in the general. That's what a lot of people were thinking. Now, that may be incorrect. We'll never know. But the electability line really seemed to land on this one. So here's her opponent, David Crowley. And look, he says stuff all the time that I think is just wrong. So here's one example. He's out there saying this.
I would argue we have to listen to independents and Republicans because we don't have a monopoly on good ideas.
Where does this instinct come from at a time when we're watching Republican MAGA fascism overtake this country? There has never been.
He's in a swing state, dude. He's trying to win over people that have lost hope in Trump, you know? I don't think it's the greatest line, but I understand using it once in a while. Like, hey, man, I'm willing to talk to anybody. I'm willing to work with anybody. That kind of messaging seems to go over well in swing states where people are looking for someone who's a little more moderate, you know. But with today's MAGA Trump party, I don't think that's going to motivate anybody on the left. That's for sure. For example, MAGA Republicans don't have any interest in working on with Democrats on anything. Like this modern day Republican Party has no interest in bipartisanship at all. So we're the only ones that are putting out this messaging, and I think it's kind of useless right now. However, I do think we will see the Republican Party moderate in the next couple of years. I mean, we're seeing a rejection of Trump MAGA candidates right now. Just last night, we saw evidence of that. And so this could become a more popular thing. Like the public's so exhausted with MAGA and Trump and their assumptions of the Democrats being too extreme that they're looking for people who can work together and get along.
Been a time where it's more justified to say, we don't give a fuck what the Republicans say or do. There's never been a better time to say, no, we're standing 10 toes down on Democratic policies. And by the way, we're right.
Well, and again, to get down into the weeds, in Wisconsin, they do have Republican-controlled state legislature. The Republicans control the House, the Assembly, and the state Senate. So I could see this being part of a pitch that, hey, I can work with those guys and we will solve problems, because nobody wants to see their state government tread water for 4 years doing nothing, or even 2 years. So that may be part of the pitch, but that was a 5-second clip.
Like, you don't need to half agree with the fascists. I promise you don't need to do that. Sure, independent, sure, you can listen to them. But Republicans? Republicans. Okay. All right, so he's out there saying stuff like that as MAGA fascism sweeps over the country. Apparently there's this too. We don't need to listen to the whole clip here, but David Crowley literally dropped out of the race just over a month ago, and then he saw a red bird that got him back into the race, and then he ended up beating Francesca Hong. He took that as a sign that he needs to resurrect his campaign, that his wife prayed and asked for a sign, and then they saw a red bird, and then that's when he decided to jump back in. I'm not kidding. This is what it's a minute and 17-second clip, but that's what he explains there. It's like, we saw the bird, and I knew it was time for me to get back in. Okay. And then there were moments like this, where Francesca Hong, going after the Democratic establishment,
based red bird. I don't know what that. I mean, there's people out there that claim to talk to God that are in elected office. You know, to me, it's crazy as an atheist. Like, whatever, man. Maybe that red bird meant something. Maybe his grandma always had red birds around her, and he thought it was his grandma coming back to say something. Like, people believe all sorts of stuff, man. That doesn't concern me much there. Also, there isn't a pattern of him saying crazy shit like that. So if he has one thing like that, it's not going to be taken as seriously or mocked because it's like just some random throwaway thing.
Led Crowley to come out and say, that's racist that you go against the establishment. I'm not kidding. Here we go.
I'm trying to figure out who the establishment is, right? I think that when we talk about the establishment, I don't know who that is. I'm a kid that grew up in 53206 zip code. My parents was drug addicts and suffered from mental health. I worked extremely hard to be where I am today. And so when people try to call me the establishment, I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate. And so I have never ran for office to protect the establishment. I've always been here to protect the people. That's my foundation. That's what I'm going to continue to do as a county executive and what I'm going to do as the governor of Wisconsin.
Hell yeah. Let's start spreading the word. Establishment is a slur. I like that. I've been pushing back on that term and that label, saying it's bullshit and we shouldn't just accept it. For whatever reason, more moderate Dems just take it on the chin when people scream establishment and use it in a negative way. I think it's a little unfair. I don't know if I'd go as far as to call it a slur, but you know, he has a right to do that. GZ Felix, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube, man. Hell yeah.
Look, if you dig,
I'm curious how Kyle navigates this though, because leftists do have a problem when it comes to talking about black people.
Deeper on him, you'll find out he's pro-union. He's for state infrastructure investments. He's in favor of green energy. He's in favor of universal early childhood education. So there are good parts of this guy. I don't want to make it seem like he's, that he's terrible. He's not. And he's about a trillion, quadrillion, septillion, zillion, jillion % better than whatever MAGA slug hack Republican that will be running against him.
Now, why can't we get this sort of acknowledgement and these words for all of the Democrats? You know what I mean? Like, it just shows you how brain broken people like Kyle are on Israel. And AIPAC had no involvement in this race, so he's able to say this is a good guy. But if this was a Senate race and AIPAC spent $10 million, he would not be saying these things, which I find that alarming. Like, Israel, I'm sure this guy has some thoughts on Israel, yet Kyle's not interested. Like, that's not fun. Same thing with Hassan, where Hassan kind of checked out of this race for the most part because there was no AIPAC Israel boogeyman. So to me, it shows just how broken these guys are over that issue.
But it wasn't the most inspiring campaign, to say the least. But having said that, look, in the same spirit that Haley Stevens is giving us, where she's now out there unequivocally supporting Abdul El-Sayed, saying no sour grapes here, like we need Abdul to win, I'm a proud Democrat. Honestly, I'd be saying the same shit. If I was Francesca Hong, I would even campaign with him if he wants it. I don't know if he's going to want it, but if he were to want support from, actual lefty candidates to support him over MAGA, 100% they should be out there and they should be supporting him. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. But this was the big pickup. This is the center striking back here. There's no doubt about that. The center striking back. This was their big win, and it's for Wisconsin governor. Now let's look at the Republican side. So
the center struck back. The big, bad, evil center.
Israel cannot be the reason they're winning, and they shouldn't see it that way. It makes every other policy position from you look weak.
I agree. But you have to admit that if AIPAC played a role in this race, that he would not be saying the things he just said. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't say. He'd say this guy is a Israel shill. He's a genocide enjoyer. Like he would go down the list of attacks and insults. And the only difference is not even Israel, AIPAC's involvement in the race. He was an IDF super soldier. Yeah. It's kind of sad because it's almost like it's a game to them in the sense that they don't care. He's almost like indifferent to this giant race because it doesn't involve his pet issue that broke his brain years ago. And so he's just kind of like, well, this guy's not that bad. He's, he's decent. And meanwhile, this is the centrist. This is the moderate. This is the boogeyman. It's like, well, this guy's actually not that bad. He's, I'm sure he's a decent guy. He's got some good positions and we support him. It's like, was it that hard, dude? Like this should be the case in every time you lose. I mean, we do it. I don't know anybody out there that's like Abdul El-Sayed. Hell no, dude. That guy's a monster and blah, blah, blah. It's like, not my preferred candidate, but let's get behind him and at least hope he wins and point out the positive. He's essentially a single-issue voter, but also a political commentator. Well, again, I'm just saying that if Israel had any role in this race, he would not be saying what he's saying, which is weird to me because that should not be the case. Like, shouldn't go down like that. We should be supporting the Dems because they're all a million times better than the Republicans, especially in the Trump era. We should put our differences aside and get behind anyone with a D once the primary's over. Shouldn't be a thing. Even during the primary, we shouldn't be so nasty to each other and our candidates. It's like the vitriol and the temperature gets raised so high, especially by this camp over here, that I think it's problematic. It's kind of hard to come down and be chill after you're like screaming at people and calling them scum of the earth and that they're just as bad as Republicans and all that. This was to Crowley and Hong's credit, it was a nice campaign. They avoided acrimony. They avoided insults. They avoided getting down in the mud, and they kept it clean. And that's how all the primaries should be. Look at Flanagan versus Craig in Minnesota. They kept it chill as well. You know what I mean? So kudos to them for that. Oh, shit. We got a Destiny raid over on Kick. Hell yeah, man. Thank you, Destiny. I appreciate that, bro. What's going on, guys? What was Big Bad Destiny up to today? EGG raid. Hell yeah. Welcome in. We love you. I love you, buddy. Watching the EDP doc. I don't know who that guy is. I saw some people talking about him. Isn't he like a pedo or something like that? Yep. Yes, big time. Big time. Is there a spectrum of being a PDF file? He was a pedo from the early days of YouTube. Damn. That's unfortunate. I don't got a lot of respect or appreciation for those type of people, man. I think they're lucky we put them in a cell to live the rest of their lives. He's a cupcake enthusiast. Oh yeah. He's no Epstein, but pretty crazy stuff. Damn. Are you pretty happy about how everything went last night? Oh, last night was awesome. We were just watching Kyle give some commentary on it, and I was saying that if AIPAC or Israel was an issue in this race, he would not be saying these things about Crowley. He was basically saying, hey, Crowley's not that bad, and we should get behind him. But, if Haley Stevens won, he wouldn't be saying that about her. He would have been like, she's a vile monster, this AIPAC stooge, and this is undermining our whole country. But it's just interesting how single issue these people are. I've got my issues that I care about too, but I'm willing to put that aside in order to advance the Democratic Party because it's a million times better than the Republicans right now, especially in the Trump era. So it's just like, this is how things should be, basically, is people like Kyle should root for their candidate, support them, and then if they lose, get behind the Democrat. They aren't Democrats, though. That's the only thing. I don't know. That's a whole other conversation. The look on Kornacki's face after USB Gate was hilarious. Poor Kornacki, he had booked some event in the morning, assuming he was going to get out of there quickly. And little did he know, he was going to be putting in a late night. How's the Democrat? I think so, yeah. I mean, I want him to love the Democratic Party. I want him to get behind all the Democrats. So I have no interest in like purity testing and telling people they can or can't be a part of the party. Kornacki on Live and Learn, that'd be awesome. Let's see what this clown says.
All right, let's bring in Jeremy Hunt, former Army intelligence officer, now chairman of Veterans on Duty and a Hudson Institute fellow, and Jose Aristimuño, former DNC press secretary and CEO of VIP Media Solutions. Great to have both of you with us. Just along the lines of showing kind of what this debate, how this debate is shaping up, let's play this one, number one from CNN.
I think these are windows into the souls of these anti-American radical communists. If you hate Thanksgiving and you hate the 4th of July, what you're really saying is, I hate some of the pillars that undergird American culture.
He's right. I hate to agree with Scott Jennings, but before you guys came over in the raid, I was talking about how big of a deal this Thanksgiving hate from Hong was. It sounds stupid. It's like, dude, come on, it's Thanksgiving. But when you attack something like Thanksgiving, most Americans are going to think you hate America. They're not going to understand the nuance that you're trying to raise awareness for the genocide of Native Americans and how we took this land by force and this is disgusting to celebrate. Like, nobody wants to have that conversation at Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving just means getting together with family and enjoying some good food. Nobody's sitting there talking about the history of the Pilgrims and Native Americans in America. None of that shit comes up at Thanksgiving at all. Nobody even knows the history behind any of it. So when you're out there saying Thanksgiving is bad, people are going to look at you like you hate America. You might as well take a piss on the American flag right in front of them in their eyes. So she needed to push back on that forcefully. She needed to say, yeah, that was uber cringe. I was hanging out with some crunchy weirdos, and what I actually was trying to do was raise awareness for Native Americans, but boy, that was clumsy. And I tell you, I celebrate Thanksgiving every year. I plan on doing so. I love Thanksgiving. I love cooking on Thanksgiving. I was just stupidly trying to like make a point, and we all said stupid shit back then, you know, I don't know, something like that. But we on the left need to prove to people that we love America. As stupid as that is, as obnoxious as that is, as unfair as that is, we have a lack of patriotism on the left. The Republicans have gone totally bonkers with their faux patriotism and their gratuitous display of the flag and nonsense. They're full of shit, but your average American is a dope, me included, and we respond well to patriotism. So the left needs to get way smarter about patriotism and stuff like this Thanksgiving incident are a great example of that. Like, patriotism isn't just about the flag. It's about who we are and why we celebrate things and why we do things. And so when she attacked Thanksgiving, I could see a lot of Americans taking that as, you hate America, you want to change our way of life, right? So they're thinking, oh, you want to get rid of Thanksgiving. So you want me to wear a dress. You want my children to have gender surgery. You want to get rid of the ability to own money and businesses, and you want socialism, right? Like, the whole socialism argument isn't about some sort of ideology or economic system. Nobody knows anything about that. They just see it as, you hate America and you're trying to change my way of life. You want my park to get rid of the baseball diamond and replace it with a pickleball court for disabled people or something, you know? Like, They just take it as a total attack on their way of life. But yet on the left, we kind of, we sheepishly are afraid of offending 6 people. So we want to make sure everybody knows the nuance of everything. Well, actually, no, it's about this and that, and they don't care. Hey, I like pickleball. Am I a communist? Yes. To be fair, disabled pickleball would be hilarious. It would, but not if you take away the baseball diamond in the park. You're going to piss off a lot of people for your, wheelchair pickleball. And disabled people deserve to be able to play pickleball, but if you take out the baseball diamond, you're going to piss off a lot of people. Lay off the pickleball? I won't lay off it. Pickleball is a great example to use. She already stated those are her long-term goals, the insane thing. That needs to disappear. Like, DSA is moronic for making that their party platform, abolishing prisons, borders. Those are idealistic things, right? Those are perfect world, Elysium, 500 years in the future when humanity has solved crime and we have no wars. That's when the aliens arrive and we all have to unite as a species and a world to fight them. That's when a Terminator arrives and we all have to find John Connor and save him to save ourselves. We will unite and we will stop fighting. We will stop. Crime will end, okay? But my God, why would you run on something that isn't happening anytime soon? I mean, you can talk about that in your working groups, but don't make it part of your party platform. So they're not doing themselves any favors. But if we don't push back strongly on that stuff, then your average American's going to take it as an attack on their way of life. They don't think of it as like capitalism versus socialism. They take it as, you don't want me to be able to drive a truck and go to Buffalo Wild Wings on a Friday night. You want to take away my way of life. That's how I see it. If they want to be utopian, they should have picked popular utopian stuff. Yeah, exactly. They should have picked cool things, I'm kind of just chilling here, so I don't really have any videos queued up or anything. I was just kind of messing around here. We had a late night last night, stayed up super long. I don't know if I'm missing anything exciting. Go after housing. Yeah, there you go. They should have picked the Hunger Games future. Now you're talking. PBS interviewed IRGC official. I wouldn't want to watch that, but PBS did an interview with the woman who won in Colorado. She's DSA. And she actually, I think, is probably the best showing that these DSA guys have. Let me show you guys. Where is she? Am I misspelling her name? Kuros. Maybe it wasn't NewsHour. I think it was something else. Kuros. Yeah, this woman. She did an interesting interview here. Just watch a couple minutes of it.
The Democratic Party's socialist dilemma. This week on Firing Line.
These are hardcore.
So this is a show on PBS where they try to ask tough questions to people.
Godless communists, they're godless communists.
Socialism and communism are back.
There's like this Bolshevik revolution that has taken over the Democrat Party.
That's the warning Republicans are sounding ahead of November's midterm elections.
Ronald Reagan used to warn about communism. He talked about it. And now the barbarians are inside the gates.
And the rise of Democratic socialists like New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani and his slate of winning candidates in New York has only fanned the flames.
I'm Maylot Heroes!
As 29-year-old Maylot Quiros, who just defeated a 30-year incumbent in Colorado, to socialism's new list of rising stars.
So she's one of the new DSA members that will be in Congress starting on January 3rd.
When we talk about democratic socialism, we are up against decades of misinformation and, frankly, a lot of Red Scare tactics.
What does democratic socialism actually mean to those who proudly claim the label? I came to Denver to find out. What does congressional candidate Maylot Quiros say now?
Firing Line with Margaret Hoover is made possible in part by Robert Granieri, Vanessa and Henry
I guess
Cornell,
now we see
the
how
Margaret
much the
and
old
Dan.
communism socialism propaganda still works. Exciting.
Yep.
Daniel Loeb Foundation, the Beth and Ravenel Curry Foundation, and by the following.
Caleb, thanks for re-upping your membership on YouTube.
Maylot Quiros, welcome to Firing Line.
Thanks for having me.
You have just won a tight or contested Democratic primary in Denver, Colorado, that ended up not being quite so tight. You defeated a 15-term incumbent who was elected when I was in high school. This is my hometown. And you've joined a slate of Democratic socialists who have won upset primaries across the country as we lead into the midterm elections. There are now 120,000 members of the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. And the organization it's making history.
Yeah.
To what do you credit the surge in interest and support for socialism?
I credit the reality that working people are facing right now and the agency that voters have taken back in choosing a different path. There are incredible wins that are happening all across the country and, of course, here in our own district, where voters are saying it's no longer enough for the establishment or leadership to say things are going to get better, just like hold on. Voters are taking back that power and saying this isn't working for us anymore. We want something different. And I think Democratic Socialists have presented a kind of vision that's actually in line with the values of the voters.
Yeah, so you're bullshitting people what's possible. I get it. I think that these guys are taking advantage of a moment where Democrats are out of power. You can't do anything. And they want to see some sort of pushback on Trump that they believe is possible, right? But the truth is, when you're out of power...
So you're bolder about the lies. Okay.
Yeah. When you're out of power in the minority, you can't do much, right? And so, but the American people are so pissed because Trump is doing such terrible things, whether it's through ICE or tariffs or the military, that they're looking for fighters and looking for someone saying we can do better and we can do more. So, of course, these DSA types are telling them we'll have pizza in the quad on Fridays and we can do this and that. So it's appealing. And also, I believe the Democratic Party is at a low point right now because we lost in 2024 and people are still feeling the stink, the burn of Kamala losing and Biden falling apart. So that's why I think these guys are doing well right now. I don't think the majority of people voting for this woman or any of these DSA people want socialism. I don't think they're ready to move on from capitalism. What they want is some idea that they've come up in their own head of what democratic socialism is or socialism. And that's most likely cheaper health insurance, the ability to buy a house before the age 40, to not have credit card debt for the rest of their lives, to be able to afford groceries, to not have to drive Uber Eats on the weekend after working 9 to 5 all week long. That's it. They're not looking for workers to seize the means or whatever, man. I don't think they even know anything about that. And these tend to be younger, energetic people that are running on the DSA line. So they see a young fighter who is going up against some usually older person who's part of the establishment. And they think, why not? Let's get this person in there and let them try to kick some ass.
Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York, despite constant criticism from the right and fear-mongering from the right about socialism, has a 58% favorability rating. Is that kind of success something that you think is achievable here in Colorado?
Absolutely. I think it's achievable anywhere, right?
Tell me how.
You know, I think what's happening right now is folks are actually starting to learn what socialism really means. I think it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people in the same.
See that she's right. I think socialism means it definitely doesn't mean what people think it means. That's for damn sure.
That capitalism means a lot of different things to different people. And I think the kind of socialism that Mamdani is practicing, that, you know, a lot of us that are identify as democratic socialists are also hoping to practice, is one where we actually deliver for working families. At the end of the day, government is supposed to be of, for, and by the people, and it's supposed to be actively making our lives better. And if you have a government that is not operating efficiently or effectively to the means that the voters have asked for in their elections, then that's a failure. And it's our responsibility to fix that. And I think Mayor Mamdani has done an incredible job of showing that government can work for people and specifically work for working people.
Have you talked to him?
By the way, I do not think that DSA is growing and going to take over the party. I think this is, like I said, a lull in our politics. And when the midterms come around, you're going to see big wins from the Democrats, I believe. And I mean, based on last night's numbers in Wisconsin, the turnout was, you know, there was like 700,000. That is just shy of the primary turnout for Democrats in 2020 for the president. So things are looking pretty good right now. So if the Democrats win the midterms, I think you're going to see a whole new Democratic Party in January when they take over, talking investigations, new faces. Nancy Pelosi's gone. Biden's gone. Kamala's gone. You know, people are going to see a brand new Democratic Party that's fighting and doing all sorts of stuff. And I think the bandwidth for these rabble rousers and some big change is going to die down. I mean, there's just not going to be enough bandwidth for people to give a damn about, oh, well, let's turn this apple cart upside down and start over. It's like, what do you mean? We're kicking ass right now. So just wait. That's what I tell people. Just wait. Let's see what happens in January when the Democrats take over and the American people see a new side of them, because the media will also be writing differently about the Democrats when they have power. When you're not in power, media treats you like shit. But when you got power and you can subpoena and you can hold investigations, they're going to talk about the Democrats much differently.
I have chatted with the mayor. He's wonderful.
Since your win?
Since our win, yes.
Did he give you any advice?
You know, advice in the sense that we had done something really unexpected, and just how to, you know, prepare and get ready. And
what did he tell you about how to prepare?
You know, just to remember why I got into this in the first place, right? It's about delivering for the people. And, you know, our why is the thing that's going to keep us grounded. And so I really appreciated that piece of advice.
If Democrats take back the House of Representatives in November, as many project they will, how would you ideally hold President Trump accountable?
Well, when we take back the House, we'll also be able to haul in every single administration official for questioning. We'll be able to submit document subpoenas, and not just for the sake of theater, right? There are real harms that are taking place right now as a result of this administration. The fact of the matter is we have Donald Trump as president for a second time because we didn't hold him accountable the first time thoroughly enough. And I really hope that this is an opportunity that Democrats see to show that we've learned our lesson and that we are going to be holding folks accountable.
So I like this answer. She's saying we. It's not us versus them in the Democratic Party. It's we, one collective unit. And she's talking about stuff that would require her to be on the same page as Hakeem Jeffries and the moderate Democrats. You're not going to be in any committees if you rock the boat and you don't support Hakeem and the leaders. So I am anticipating on January 3rd, when the 120th Congress convenes, that everybody will show up and vote for Hakeem Jeffries to be the leader, and there won't be any drama. I could be wrong, but I would not be surprised if Democrats get it done in one ballot because they want to hit the ground running. Hakeem has worked out any differences with these guys ahead of time. and we move forward as a cohesive unit.
To what extent does that trigger or escalate a cycle of investigations to every new administration when they come into power?
It's going to be our responsibility as a party to set the standard for that whatever we hold the Trump administration accountable for, that we're not tolerating within our own ranks as well. I think you make a really great point in that it can't just be about, vindication for the Trump administration. I think the point of holding the Trump administration accountable has to also be in line with presenting our vision for how government should be operating. There has to be a certain level of accountability, because if we just let the accountability go because we're afraid of the retaliation of investigations,
There's a fine line, isn't there?
Exactly.
It's hard to draw that line.
Yeah.
There's a Pew poll, a Pew Research Center poll earlier this year found that twice as many Americans dislike Democratic socialists as like them, or Democratic socialist leaders as like them. Why are moderates wrong when they warned that the movement undermines the party's chances of winning in November?
Well, I think first and foremost, I think the framing sometimes when we're talking about democratic socialism and moderate stances takes away, the agency of the voters who voted for a candidate for their values or their platform and the issues that they're talking about. And I think when we talk about democratic socialism, we are up against decades of misinformation, of mischaracterizing what democratic socialism even is, and frankly, a lot of Red Scare tactics that are reigniting right now as a result of a lot of the ones that we're seeing from DSA. And I think the best way we can show what we actually mean is to just do the job that we are setting out to do. And, the way that I always describe it for folks is that, democratic socialism is first and foremost about democracy, right? A truly functioning democracy requires an active electorate that's actually participating. And we can't expect single
This is an
moms
incredible
that
answer.
are working 2 jobs to take care of their kids to be as active in their elections when they have to worry about paying their rent the next month or paying down medical debt, right? And so part of the socialism piece is about making sure that people's most basic needs are met so that they have the room and the space to be active participants in their democracy.
So,
yeah, it's a pretty good answer, right? Like, how can we expect people to be active participants in our democracy if they are struggling to put food on the table? This is a difficult experiment that we're doing here. This is not easy. 50 states coming together and all these different types of people and walks of life and social media unregulated. This is not easy, man. Still, I go back to my main point that most people voting for democratic socialists are not looking to abandon capitalism. I think they're just looking to make life more affordable, and they have no idea what's behind it. They don't support abolishing prisons or borders or any of that crap. I'm not trying to make the case for democratic socialism here. I'm just trying to give my explanation for why I think people are drawn to this right now. But I like this interview. I liked this interview when I watched it like a week ago because she's presenting herself as someone who's willing and ready to work with the existing Democrats. And there's this idea that these guys are going to join the party in November when they win and be stick in the mud and cause problems. And I'm leaning towards the opposite, that they want to prove that they can get some shit done and be useful. And that's going to require playing ball and not being a rabble rouser, not rolling a grenade into the House chamber and fighting Hakeem and everybody on every single thing.
It sounds to me like your indictment of the modern Democratic Party or the mainstream Democratic Party is that they have failed to represent workers.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't
like that. We just had a president who walked the picket line for the first time as a sitting in modern history as a sitting president. Joe Biden did a million things for workers.
Proud Democrat because of the things we've accomplished in the past that are very much in line with democratic socialist values, right? The Civil Rights Act, the New Deal, Social Security, fair labor laws. Every single one of those achievements was about bringing power back to the people and making sure that they have ownership and agency over how certain decisions are made, especially when their labor is actually responsible for a lot of the growth that we're seeing in our country and our economy.
You know, you just said you're a democratic socialist, but you're a proud Democrat. New Jersey Democrat.
Proud Democrat. We need to hear more of that.
Josh Gottheimer recently said, I know you're smiling because you know the quote, said the DSA are not Democrats, they're socialists who want to hijack the Democratic Party. The Democrats have a big tent. That's our strength. We embrace a range of ideas. But there is no room for anti-American bomb throwers who oppose our ideas, values, and leaders. What's your response?
I don't think there's anything more American than subscribing to an economic philosophy that, as the evidence shows, is the only one that's actually capable of delivering things like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I really can't think of anything else.
Socialism has proven to deliver on the values of the Declaration of Independence more than capitalism has.
Yeah. You know, when we talk about
Oh, okay. You starting to lose us now. Hello? Come back to earth, please.
Capitalism, you know, one of the things that folks talk about with capitalism is a theory is that it's responsible for, delivering people out of poverty here. And
see, again, you got to think of this as when people hear an attack on capitalism, they don't think about exploitation. They don't think about people's wages not rising. They don't think about Elon Musk being a trillionaire. They think about their way of life. They think about playing baseball at the park. They think about going to the movies, and they think you're trying to take that away from them. They're not thinking about the ability to start a business and to own things. They don't even know what any of that stuff is. They take it as you hate America as it is. You hate flyovers. You hate the Super Bowl. You hate you hate everything I love. You hate HBO Max. You just hate America.
In the U.S.
More people out of poverty around the world than any other economic system. Yeah.
Yes, which isn't the entire story. At the same time that a lot of folks were getting delivered out of poverty, there were a lot of social safety programs that were also being created at the same time. A lot of fair labor laws that were being enacted. Rights that workers were taking back to make sure that they were not working in unsafe conditions, to make sure that they were earning fair wages. That is not capitalism, right? Unfettered capitalism is where the capitalists, the owners of the means of production, are the only ones that are calling the shots. And you are lucky to have the job, and you just have to deal with the conditions.
But nobody wants that version of capitalism. We've always, well, not always, but modern history has proven we want regulation. We don't want unfettered capitalism. Nobody's advocating for that. Yeah, what is this straw man? I'm not a big fan of that. It's like, no, we're not fighting for that. Nobody's saying let's get to pure capitalism and so 3 people control every industry in America. No, thank you.
Socialism is about delivering democracy in the workplace, and you just have to deal with the conditions. Socialism is about delivering democracy in the workplace and making sure that workers have a say about the conditions that they're working in, about negotiating for the kind of wage that would be fair for the labor that they are contributing to whatever industry it is that they're working in. And I also think that, when folks think of capitalism, I think they think of free markets and competition and, innovation. And
what do you think of?
I think of monopolies. I think of...
But that's not capitalism if it's a monopoly.
Well, and that's the question, right? Because in unfettered capitalism, it does end up leading to monopolies. Now, if there's no government intervention...
But since when have we had unfettered capitalism in this country?
Never. But we've also we've always had a mixed economy. And that's part of the...
We've also never had unfettered socialism, right?
Exactly. So to make it super clear-cut, I subscribe to this theory of donut economics. And in donut economics, you have the inner ring of the donut, which is where everyone's basic needs are being met. And then the outer ring are the boundaries, so that you can make as much money as you want and do whatever you want with it, so long as you are not harming the planet, the one that we all have, or that you're not exploiting others in order to earn that wealth, right? So if we had, companies like Apple that were paying every single worker a living wage, and they all had benefits, and they had a strong union, and they were able to participate in their working conditions and making those decisions as well. That's socialism to me. That is democracy in the workplace, where workers have a piece of ownership over how the actual company is being run. Pensions, that was a form of socialism as well, Social Security. And
she's
so,
pulling a Richard Wolff and saying socialism is when the government does things she's an actual fucking child.
Well, but to her, that's what socialism is, if you're going to take her at her word. And this is why I'm just trying to make the point that democratic socialism and socialism, it means different things to everybody. And I think very few people want to see capitalism gone and like full-blown socialism, right? So, yeah, I agree. It's not socialism, what she's describing. But in her eyes, that we can use some elements of socialism to make our system better. Fine. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. And I think that's what most people are voting for. They want stronger safety nets and guardrails to make sure people don't fall through the cracks. I mean, I want to live in America where you do not go bankrupt for medical debt. That's bullshit. I want to see people be able to take the ambulance to the hospital and not avoid it because they don't think they can afford it. I want to live in a country where we pay for your education. We already pay K through 12. Why shouldn't we pay for college as well? I'm not saying you can get 3 degrees in whatever bullshit, but 1 bachelor's degree, I think it would help all of us. So I think all of us kind of want this idea that she's talking about. I don't see why we need to have the socialism label, but if it fires people up and they think they're doing something and something different, whatever, man. Just
if you
a label.
work for Apple, unless you're working in a Chinese sweatshop, I think you're doing okay for yourself.
Well, I think some of those people would probably argue that they're living a better life than they could, and whatever they were doing before. I don't know, but should be able to have a dog. You should be able to have a dog. You should not have to spend $500 at the vet every time you go. You know what I mean?
There are a lot of definitions around these labels and these theories and ideas that I think we have to, kind of come together and figure out, okay, what do we actually...
Let's show Kamala some love.
CB, thank you for the $5 for Kamala. There's your poll right there. Mark Kelly had a bit of a run today. He's getting close to the top 3. Kamala, 6th place right now.
Mean when I say that I'm a democratic socialist, and that's what I mean, meeting people's basic needs while making sure that the wealth that's being accumulated isn't at the expense of others or at the expense of our planet.
I can live with that. If that's what democratic socialism leads to, I don't have a problem with that. I have an issue with the weirdos that are advocating for no borders and to get rid of prisons and, down with capitalism. But if you're just advocating for strong safety nets and to give everyone a shot, then I think that's good for everybody, man. This is why I support progressive policy. I'm selfish. I don't even give a shit about anybody else. I'm sorry. I have the guts to say it. I couldn't care less what happens with my fellow Americans. But if they're doing better, I'm doing better. If my neighbor is out of debt and is able to go to the doctor and get the mental health care they need so they don't give me any problems, I'm doing better. If my neighbors are able to advance their careers because they're not keeping a shitty job for the benefits and they can go innovate and create and do a better job and they don't have to work Uber Eats on the weekend, they can coach the Little League team and give back to the community, we all benefit. So I'm all for taking care of the people so that I can benefit from innovation, invention, new businesses. Bring it on, man. We're wasting so much talent and energy in this country so that a few people can get rich and then we just hope other people figure it out. I think it's bullshit, man. We should be investing in our people. I'm not saying give everybody a free Ford F-350. I'm talking about basic needs here.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
I would do 98% socialist, 2% capitalist, and 0% obviously bad policy like no cops, no markets. That shit sucks.
Yeah, the DSA needs to drop that shit yesterday. The defund the police, abolish prisons. Get out of here, man. Just stick to this shit and you'll be fine.
Okay. So
thank you for the $10, Matthew. Appreciate that, bro.
The Democratic Socialists of America has just released a new platform. I'm sure you're familiar with it. I'm sure you've been asked a lot about it.
Yeah, I mean, our platform is, we really put the democracy into democratic socialism. And our platform is one that is voted on in a democratic way through our members.
Why not just call it democratic capitalism, right? Don't you think that would eliminate all problems? I think I just solved the problem right there. Democratic capitalism.
And it's one where it is almost certain that not every single member actually agrees with the entirety of the platform.
Sure. You've been really clear that the parts of the platform you agree with are Medicare for all, universal child care, reducing corporate influence in elections. You've also rejected this notion that you would abolish the Senate. And you've been really, really clear that you're not for leaving NATO or getting rid of NATO. You also don't support defunding the police.
So again, doesn't support the crazy shit. Why don't they get rid of that stuff? I can't tell you how many times I've seen one of these candidates reject the national platform's crazy nonsense. Why not force them to abandon that dumb shit? I don't get it.
Is there anything I left out?
No, I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, then because you've had outside groups pay for attack ads linking you to the platform and aspects of the platform that had not previously been clear that were your position, I want to tick through several of the items and just tell me, like, yes.
Democratic capitalism is basically social democracy.
I agree. I'm just talking branding here, man. That's it.
No, yes, no, if possible. And if there's something that we need to come back to, we can come back to it. Okay. Expanding the size of the House.
I've seen some really interesting proposals that I'm open to.
So have I. Ranked choice voting in all elections.
Yes.
Me too. And I'm not a democratic socialist. Giving voting rights to non-citizens.
I haven't seen a proposal that's convinced me.
Okay.
That's a big NO to me. That's just opening up a can of worms. We don't need that shit. I mean, if you want to open it up to like green card holders, these people wait like 5 years to become a citizen. I don't know.
I'm part of an organization that I pay dues to, but I disagree with 90% of the platform.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why even associate with this dumb shit? I get it though. It's, it's all about branding. It's all about, you got to be part of the cool crowd.
Statehood for DC.
Yes.
So are most Democrats. 32-hour work week.
Yes.
Defund.
To me, that's silly. 32-hour work week. I get it. I get it, right? Like, we would have laughed at a 40-hour work week years ago, but it happened and we all respect it. And I'd love to live in a world where people only had to work 32 hours. That'd be amazing. Why? But again, you start proposing stuff like this and people take it as an attack on America and their way of life, For whatever reason, people are going to be mad. They're like, no, I want to work 40 hours because they see it as you're trying to take away my ability to make money, man. But why even sign on to that? That's weird.
So are most Democrats. 32-hour work week.
Yes.
Defund the Department of War.
Let's go back to
with nuance. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to it. End all foreign wars and close overseas military bases.
End all foreign wars for sure. I want to hear more about ending or closing
military bases. Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people.
The only ownership that for proposals that I've seen that I'm interested in are related to like utilities, like water and energy. I think there's a really compelling case there.
But you don't think the government should take over Apple?
No.
Okay, no. Got it. Recognize the rights of the Palestinian people, including the right of return, the right to resist military occupation, and the right of self-determination in a free Palestine with Jerusalem as the capital.
I think it's up to the Palestinians through their right of self-determination to determine a capital or whatever that statehood would look like. But protecting their right to self-determination and everything else that you said.
Right of return, including the right of return. Okay.
Okay. Good luck with that one. Right of return. Okay. Good luck. That's not happening. Sorry.
End all military and economic aid to Israel.
Yes.
It's no surprise to you this is a flashpoint in your campaign. Yeah. What I have learned to understand about your position about the Middle East is that you hope for an Israel and Palestine that can live in peace together. Your quote.
She is very passionate about this issue, okay? I'm just telling you guys, like, she was like screaming about the Palestinians on the campaign trail.
Quote was, perhaps it is naive to believe that people in Palestine and Israel might one day live together as neighbors in peace without fear of persecution under a new government, but it is not hopeless, and most importantly, it is not anti-Semitic. I take you at your word that this does not come from a anti-Semitic place in your heart. There are many Jews who believe very strongly in a two-state solution. It is their view that the only way to reliably guarantee the security of the Jewish people after centuries of persecution that culminated in the Holocaust is to have a Jewish state. Why is that concern misplaced?
Well, first and foremost, I would argue that I don't think anyone has actually presented a truly effective proposal for a two-state solution. For example, a two-state solution would have to resolve the fact that there are 750,000 illegal settlers in the West Bank from Israel. If we're being serious about a two-state solution, then that would mean expelling 750,000 people from the West Bank. I think a two-state solution also...
That's not going to happen. Not in a million years. So all you're going to have to do is give land from Israel right now to swap land. That's the only thing I've ever heard. But so this again, pie in the sky stuff.
Ignores the reality of how Israel was created as a state and robs the Palestinian people of their right to self-determination as well.
So tell me then, in the context of a one-state solution, what concrete institutions would protect Jews if they no longer control the government or the military and find themselves in a minority?
It gets back to what does it mean to be a democracy? Because the debate here is the idea of a Jewish state that is a democracy.
But the Israelis would argue, and I know you have heard this, that there are Arabs, 1 million Arabs at least, living with full rights and freedoms in the state of Israel. I recognize that doesn't represent the West Bank or Gaza, but within Israel. So they would argue that they're a pluralistic country and actually a democracy. So I guess the question is, if it were to be one state with all of Palestine or all of the West Bank and Gaza, how does one guarantee the security of the Jews?
That's part of what those deliberations would have to be, right? And I think that is a role that the United States has to play in these peace talks where we talk about, I think we talk about this like it's a zero-sum game. Like we can't guarantee the right to return for Palestinians and the right to some kind of reparations as a result of this genocide that they're facing right now, while also securing, basic needs and protection for Jewish people in what would be this new form of government.
Should the Arab nations that are neighbors also take a role?
I think anybody who's committed to democratic values has a role to play, but to be clear, this is the Israeli and Palestinians that need to be leading this. That is what self-determination is, right? For them to decide what kind of a government that they want to live in.
The reality, right, is that, as we both know, since October 7th, the overwhelming majority of Israelis, from the liberal side to the conservative side, are all deeply concerned about what would happen if there was a one-state solution.
Yeah.
And so I guess reasonably, we can all have...
The concern is valid.
Genocide mentioned. Cue air horn.
But the concern doesn't justify allowing the status quo to continue, right? There are people whose lives are being lost right now and children whose limbs are being blown off. We have a responsibility to defending our democratic values and holding our allies accountable in that way. It's never easy.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's an excuse to not do what is in line with our democratic values, which is to secure equal rights and equal dignity to any human being that's living in what is supposedly a democratic state.
Have you ever been to Israel or anywhere in the region? Would it change?
You ever been there? Wow. Sound very confident you could solve it from a distance. I would love for these guys to go there and see for themselves and talk to some of these people and then come back and tell us what the plan is, because this shit is fantasy land, man. Like, you're going to need a couple generations of living in without violence and chill and let things calm down. These people are angry at each other, man, and they're not interested in getting together and figuring out a new government or anything like that. They're interested in not hating each other for a minute. But like I said, this is an issue that she is very passionate about. Somebody asked me, do I think she actually believes like in the issue, or is it just something they're latched onto? But the way she describes it, that children are having their limbs blown off, it tells me that, she's been impacted by the images and the stories that are being put out there, and a lot of people this has become their issue because it's put right in front of them. And again, I think it would do her a world of good to go there and talk to the actual people instead of trying to like prescribe something from a distance and see for herself what's actually possible. Like it sounds like an academic exercise to talk about, well, we're going to design this thing and it's all going to work
voted
out.
against
You got to go there
the
and see
border
it.
wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Democracy with input by outside actors. The citizens would have another say.
Yeah, and also, let's not ignore the comment that America would have to be involved. I mean, you're talking about security, right? So you're now intertwining America and the fate of our soldiers and like our military's mission with this new country to ensure safety and security.
Well, how can I see without going there? I'm interested in what the problems are.
Just seems like a big mess, How can I see without going there? Well, I think it's really tough to solve a problem from a distance, man. Like, I've ran a business long distance, and that's hard as hell, trying to manage employees and coordinate things. I can't imagine trying to solve the Israel-Palestine issue from a distance, that's insane. Like, you'd have to go there and meet all the players and see what you're up against and get a feel for what the project entails, Otherwise, it's just some fart-sniffing academic exercise from a distance about, let's just give peace a chance and try it, Lord of the Flies shit.
Change your mind or open your perspectives if you did?
I'm sure it would, right? Part of the work that we've been doing here as well, is having conversations with, the Jewish community, specifically the Zionist Jewish community, to, better understand different perspectives, different positions, different experiences. Again, my values have always been rooted in protecting dignity and safety for every single person, especially as it relates to these inalienable things about our religion or ethnicity or our culture. And my greatest concern right now is that the state of Israel is losing support all across the political spectrum here in the U.S.
This is her greatest concern. Interesting.
And I believe that
Why does that concern you?
I think we're leaving a vacuum on the left and the progressive wing to speak to this criticism in a way that is in line with our values, to where people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, who are raging anti-Semites and white supremacists and Christian nationalists, are pretending to care about Palestinian safety, when really it's just masking their overt hatred for Jewish people.
You're singing my song.
And if we are not presenting our vision of what we believe in with our democratic values, that extends not just to the Palestinian people, but to the Israeli people and to the Jewish people, that land has a distinctly Jewish character, a distinctly Christian character, a distinctly Muslim character.
Yeah.
It's a land that has seen bloodshed for centuries. And we, I think, are doing a disservice to the people of that region by not offering our progressive vision in a way that isn't immediately swatted down as, bigoted or anti-Semitic. And that's going to require a lot of conversations, a lot of hard conversations. There will be things that we learn, there will be missteps and mistakes made. But as long as we're continuing that conversation, we are at the very least presenting an actual vision in line with our values that can combat and hopefully silence a lot of the anti-Semitism that's coming from the right, because we're leaving that vacuum wide open right now if we are afraid to have these conversations.
One of the things
My problem with this is there's a lot of lip service given to combating anti-Semitism, but no action. Right? Like Zoran Mamdani will tell you to your face with his chest that he's very concerned about anti-Semitism. Hassan will tell you he is devastated at the amount of anti-Semitism out there, and he thinks it's totally wrong. But there's no action. There's no corrective measures. There's nothing. It's just like, well, I guess it's up to Israel to knock it off, and then the Jews will stop being attacked. So I'd like to see some proactive measures taken to combat anti-Semitism that don't involve solving the Israel-Palestine issue, right? Like, if your language and your rhetoric is directly leading to more problems for Jewish people because you're hyper-fixated on Zionists and Israel, then that's a problem. It's like Trump talking about Kung Flu and China releasing a virus on America. That's problematic for Asian Americans, and we had to stand up and take action. We didn't just shrug and go, well, China, stop releasing viruses, and then Asian people in America won't get beat up and harassed and hate crimed. But for some reason, when it comes to anti-Semitism, it's enough to just say you really care and you're very concerned. But I'm going to continue doing everything I've been doing and talking about things the way I'm talking about them and make no changes and just kind of be dumbfounded at why anti-Semitism is sky high in America. I don't know. I have no clue. I wish I could bring it down. I wish there was more I could do. I wish we could come together. It's like this impossible solution is the only way to stop anti-Semitism, I guess. Okay.
You said come back to. The first thing you said come back to was defund the Pentagon.
It is, I think, the most common sense position. At the very least, we need to properly audit the Department of Defense and then actually hold them accountable for either failing that audit or failing to actually be transparent about a lot of the money that's pouring into that agency right now. I'm in favor of a 10% cut right off the top immediately.
Okay, so you're not for defunding it entirely?
No, I don't even know what that means. I think a lot of Democratic social...
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
A buddy of mine says the decentralized nature of betting markets like Poly or Kalshi incentivizes accurate predictions and better represents public opinion versus traditional election polling. Thoughts?
Send your buddy the Wisconsin governor graph. Let me show you. It's a joke, man. Oh, I can't even. Oh, the odds are way off now. I see. I never even used these, but the Poly market showed Francesca Hong winning with like 95% for a month. And then last night, it just started going crazy, back and forth, back and forth. And by the end of the night, it was, Crowley up by, 95%. It's just stupid, man. And you can research who wins on Poly Market. It's very few people, and it's probably insider trading responsible for most winners. They're just based on polls. Yeah, I understand the argument that people are putting money on it, so they have done research and that they're serious, but I don't really think that's the case. I think it's mostly vibes, and it's also groupthink, where like going against the grain is probably not common on there unless you have some insider knowledge. So I don't know. Yeah, I would encourage your buddy to look a little more into it.
Socialists.
Also, why take this position that you want to defund the Department of Defense if you don't actually believe that, right? Like, this is so stupid, man. No, I don't believe in defunding the Pentagon. I believe they have too big of a budget. But so then run away from that slogan. It's just stupid.
I think a lot of democratic socialists want to work towards a world where there is actual world peace and an agency like the Department of Defense becomes obsolete. That doesn't mean...
That would be very nice.
That would be very nice, but that doesn't mean defunding the Department of Defense and then just hoping things work it out itself.
Okay, let's move on. Republican.
This is the problem, is these guys have these weird ideas, like I would love to eat Skittles for breakfast every day. That'd be awesome. I love Skittles, especially the sour ones. Those are amazing. If I could eat Skittles for breakfast every day, I'd probably be pretty happy, but that's not possible. I'm going to get cavities. My body's going to get messed up. I can't eat Skittles for breakfast, man. Why would I include that in my party platform? It'd be idiotic, like one day it'd be great.
This whole military audit line is dumb when you look into it for 2 minutes. The goal was to improve fiscal tracking, and it has every year. It takes time.
Thank you for saying that, ECP. It's not a popular point, but yeah, a lot of people point to the Pentagon failing their audit over and over again. And while it sounds good, the truth is they never had to do an audit until very recently, and they've improved every year, and they're getting to the point where they're going to have a complete audit probably in the next 5 years or so. I mean, this is multi-trillion-dollar organization that has tons of assets all over the world. So yeah, it's not a very popular opinion, though. It's easier to say, Pentagon can't even pass an audit. That's how corrupt it is. And yeah, there is corruption there for sure. But I mean, they're trying, man. It's not easy. Those DSA are using the YouTube clickbait real life with trendy and repugnant trope that force people to have a reaction. Yeah. It's unfair. That's why I'm saying this is a moment. This is a lull.
When are we going to be entertained by a woman like the chair of the DSA actually running?
Oh.
That lady don't back down. We haven't seen that win a primary yet.
I'd love to see that lady defend her positions and see how many votes she gets, right? That'd be awesome. Like I said, I see these DSA people as tapping into a frustration that people have with our politics right now. They don't understand the Democrats in the minority. They don't understand the limits of our government. They are still upset about Kamala and Joe Biden. And so these guys are able to tap into that rage, and the Democrats don't really have a great way to tell people to chill, man. We're going to be in charge soon, and we're going to hold these scumbags accountable, and we're going to pass more stuff like the enhanced ACA subsidies to help you afford your health insurance. We're coming, man. The cavalry's coming. You just got to wait.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
At imreallyimportant, do you justify the DoD has too big of a budget specifically?
Yes.
Because I personally have no idea if it should have more or less or the same. Just curious.
Absolutely. Just compare our budget to the rest of the world. And it's true that we have 11 nuclear aircraft carriers, and I think China has 1 maybe. But we do not need that much money. We're spending more on the military than every other country on earth combined. It's insane. It's an insane amount of money. There's a lot of, the problem is the military industrial complex is in every single congressional district. They make something or they produce a service. And so it's really hard to cut it. But yeah, we don't need $1 trillion military budget, man. That's insane. Same problem we have with healthcare. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the actual numbers, but our budget hasn't been this high, and we should be spending more on the people. I'm not saying to zero it out, but let's come back down to earth. Like Trump is proposing $1.5 trillion budget for the military. That's just crazy, man. Come on.
Have seized on
Also, a lot of the stuff that not a lot, but there are things the military is producing that are obsolete, like certain aircraft, certain vehicles. We should be focusing the money on more modern day things. And I think there's probably billions and billions of dollars spent on obsolete things that aren't even useful.
Work it out itself.
Okay, let's move on. Republicans have seized on the label of democratic socialist. In June, President Trump said, "These are hardcore, godless communists. This is the most serious threat to our country since its existence." So first, are you a communist?
No, I'm not a communist.
How do you tackle the criticism that...
See, I think these guys would do themselves a world of good if they coupled their rejection of communism and socialism. She's not rejecting socialism, but if they rejected the label of communist with their love for capitalism and their appreciation for it,
Some members of the DSA, including half of the DSA leadership, seem to call themselves communist.
Yeah, well, some members of the Democratic Party are proudly proclaiming themselves as capitalists, and it's a big tent, right? But again, at the end of the day, it's up to the voters, right? Until a self-proclaimed communist actually wins an election, then it's just noise from the Republican Party. There's no one who's actually winning with that.
Why are they using that rhetoric?
Because I think the Republican Party, and frankly, the oligarchy that largely stands behind the Republican Party, can see that our message of, in its most basic form, economic populism, is actually resonating with voters. Bernie and AOC came to Denver and got 35,000 people to show up to talk about fighting the oligarchy and fighting for economic populism. Republicans know that this is the message that is going to not only root out Trump, but root out the conditions that led to him rising in the first place. And I think if Democrats are actually interested in winning again, then they would heed those words and follow the voters where they're at, meet them where they're at, and start taking on some of these policies for our own platform.
So I would argue we are taking on these policies. We just don't have the best cheerleaders in the last few years, but that's changing. We have rock stars like Tallarico and Ossoff. We have Mary Patola in Alaska. We have Sherrod Brown in Ohio. We have Roy Cooper in North Carolina. We are learning. We have to be salesmen. We can't just pass good policy. We have to actually sell it to the American people. But I don't like this attitude of, well, if the Democrats actually care. Of course they care. What do you think the Democrats care about besides helping people? I wouldn't be a Democrat if I thought this party was about people getting at the top, getting rich, and just doing corporations bidding. That's insulting, to be like, if the Democrats care. Of course we care about it. Why else would I give a damn about politics? I want to see how much money Elon Musk can get. Like, man, I want him to be a quadruple trillionaire. That would make me so happy. It'd bring me so much joy. I want to see Apple be huge. Why is she running? Is she running a competitive district? No, she's already won her primary. She beat a 30-year incumbent who was pretty progressive, but no, she's in a D plus 300 million. She'll be in Congress starting in January, though.
Melat Kiros, thank you for joining me on Firing Line.
Thank you for having me.
Mouth sounds. Okay, some of you guys said she has shitty views on Ukraine, so let's just Google that. Melat Kiros, Ukraine criticism. Let's see what's going on here. I don't see anything really coming up. Ukraine. Let's see. Does Melat Kiros support Ukraine funding? Issues. She says Ukraine is an illegal war. Let's see here. Lead with diplomacy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is an illegal war of aggression. I support Ukraine's right to self-determination and sovereignty, but the path to durable peace runs through negotiation, not endless escalation. The U.S. should be leading a serious multilateral diplomatic process that protects Ukrainian sovereignty and gives Ukraine a real seat at the table, not outsourcing the war's resolution to backroom deals. So she supports talking it out. She wants to get everybody in a room and let's hug it out. All right. Well, we'll try that. And then what do we do? Now what? Well, we hugged, we talked, we had dinner, and now we still hate each other. And Russia's not leaving our country. So what do we do? What do we do? A lot of these guys they think they can get away with this idea of like, what do you call it? Surging diplomacy or something. Like, for whatever reason, they think if we just send 1,000 diplomats, like an army, to Ukraine, we can figure it out, Let's just flood Israel with 10,000 diplomats, and just the sheer volume, like Obama's surge in Afghanistan, will solve the problem, That's it. We get them out there. We just surge them in, man. Just millions of diplomats flood the zone, and they'll kill everybody with kindness, and everyone will be getting along. Now, to her credit and the Democratic Socialists, I do agree we are committing diplomatic, we are, it is horrific, the diplomacy taking place under Trump, right? Like, this is diplomatic malpractice by Trump under this administration. It is horrific. It's his friend, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, leading the charge, and then J.D. Vance flying in once in a while to screw it up and pretend he's got something better to do. So I do agree that we are failing miserably with diplomacy right now, but I don't think that the Democrats can solve all of this with just mass diplomats. But okay. Diplomats need leverage, and that leverage is the U.S. Army. Yeah. We've kind of lost that a little bit now, too, because Iran has survived the worst we could throw at them. Strange times. Strange times. Okay, I'm not going to stay on much more. I wish I could, but boy, we stayed on so late last night. I got to chill. She's doing it. Yeah. W stream. Yeah. I appreciate all you guys chilling. We had a super long stream last night, so I wish I could still hang around longer, but unfortunately, I got to go relax. I'm too old to do that 2 days in a row. I'll see it if anybody's on. Nobody I follow. I don't see anything. Soft power is dead for now. But we can come back. Basically, she's a social democrat and an idiot when it comes to foreign and national security. Well, what I'd like you guys to take away from that is that she sounds like she's going to be a team player. And I believe that these DSA people will mostly be team players because they want to prove that they can actually get something done. And I think most people run for Congress wanting to serve and be a part of a legislative body. I know there's some nut jobs out there, but I'm hoping to be pleasantly surprised on January 3rd when the 120th Congress is sworn in and they all unite behind Hakeem Jeffries. There's no drama. There's no stunts. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. But I really hope that happens. I have confidence in Hakeem Jeffries to reach out to them and work it all out. He already has said he's talked to them and he's saying some good things about them here and there. So it looks like he's putting the pieces into place. And I hope that makes people feel better about the new DSA people. I'm not trying to sane wash them. I'm not trying to say, hey, don't worry about these guys. I'm just trying to paint a picture here of what to expect. And I hope I'm right. I really hope they don't show up and try to rock the boat and demand things. I mean, remember, when AOC and the squad got in there in 2019, they were making some demands, and they weren't that big. And Nancy Pelosi was able to work with them and get them in line, and we had no problems. So I'm hoping for more of the same here, and we all move forward because we can't do anything about these people, right? Like, we should make the most of it. We should try to make it work. That's how I see it. But I got to get out of here, guys. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate everyone chilling. Make sure you're following on Kick if you're not already. Big shout out to Destiny for the raid. That's awesome. Appreciate that. I'll be on tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern to go over the latest story. So I'll be back. Thank you guys for all the super chats, the memberships, the gift memberships, the subs, the bits, all that. We had a little bit of everything tonight. So you guys are awesome, man. Really appreciate it. Big night last night for David Crowley. Is so cool to see. What an exciting race that was, man. That was fantastic. We got some more races coming up on next Tuesday. Florida specifically. We got another DSA guy, Oliver Larkin, trying to take out Jared Moskowitz, but he's going to go down in flames, but we'll be watching. Okay, guys, have a wonderful night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.